dance, baby, dance a little more for me. Oh, yes, sir. I've been watching you cross the road. Wish I could tell you how I feel. Try to get closer, a little bit closer, and I show you the deal is all night. I mean, uptight, and then you're inside, and then I'm alright. Cause it's so clean if you know what I mean. I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms. Hey, babe, my shoulder. You need to be here in my arms. Hey, hey. Don't let the waiting be too long. Can hardly wait a minute more. Say excuse to the crew you're with. Come feel rather than hardcore. Yes. All night I've been uptight and then you're inside, and then I'm alright because you're so clean. If you know what I mean, I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms, with your head on my shoulder. You need to be here in my arms. Yes, dance for the woman. In the dance, in the meantime, dance for the woman. Dance for me, baby. To be blind, I'd love you to do. Dance for me, baby. Oh yeah. A work of art, that's what you are. Any which way your body turns. Picasso, Michelangelo would war as to which one should own, yeah. Fulfilling what your body gave, yeah. It's enticing and not surprising that you're so clean. If you know what I mean, I mean to hold you and never let go. You need to be here in my arms, special lady. You need to be here in my arms. Rock me like that, baby. Dance for me, woman, dance. Oh yeah. Take me out of my world, put me into yours, yes. Hey babe, I want you to dance, baby. Dance, baby. Dance for me, yes. I love you like that, Now listen what them say, yeah, yeah. Now listen to them, yeah, yeah. Now follow what them say. Then we say out and make poverty get wet. Shut. Free, poor people be free. In every community, we want this unity. Burn this honesty. Poor people be free. Shed some light with clarity. I'm tell them that the crime it caused by the poverty. Watch out. Forward we going and we not stop. Up it up, get on youths cause we not drop. None of them we say down because them want spot. Them not to tell you to food like them a chop. Done, arms house we done. Poor house we done. Court house we done. Jail house we done. Dead house we done. Arms house we done. Poor house we done. See ya. The youth they want a brighter way. And the youth they want a brighter day. I be like them just a fight away. Tell them to free your poor people right away. They run your water and your life away. Injustice, take away your rights away. Then them send me for them to take your life away. It's like them want to night and day. The one on them. Forward me going and me non-stop. Up Up it up, get to you because we non-job. No for sell you out because them want spot. And no fear for eat your food like them a chopper. Done, arms house we done, court house we done, poor house we done, jail house we done, dead house we done, arms house we done, poor house we done. They use them progressive, Babylon possessive. Them fight reggae music as a hit a carry the message. Music alone shall teach them the lessons. Rastafari reggae must be glory and the blessings. So me say free, poor people feel free. In every community, we born in this unity. We born dishonesty. We born partiality. We want equality. So shed some light with a lot of clarity. Alright, so me go so yo. Forward we go, we now we not stop. Up it up, get to you because we non-drop. No for them we sell you out because them want spot. And no fear to eat your food like them a chopper. Forward we go.
Listeners and viewers in Radio Land, this is Rebel Radio. I want to welcome you all this afternoon as we prepare to share information and ideas, on what is happening across the world. Yes. Well, in Jamaica land, some developments. For example, at the NCB, there has been a major shake-up there. Two of the top managers have been sent on leave, and in what has happened that they have parted company. And these are managers who have spent 120 years and the other 19 years with the bank. These are senior manager. Patrick Hilton. This is somebody who I know from 4 Parts in Clarendon. When I know him, he was just a lad, a young person. Very quiet, person. And, these top managers now have been sent on leave, and as I said, from all indications, they have been removed from their positions. And one of the things that I saw in the media that they are now negotiating payment of 13.8 billion. And this is for shares which they turned over to the bank in 2021. Their severance payments is not part of that. This $13.8 billion is for 95 million shares which they turned over to the bank in 2021. So, yes, there is development at NCB. One of the issues at NCB is that shareholders have not been paid any dividends since 2021. And it's not that the bank has not made money. Bank has been making billions of dollars, and yet no dividends. So I saw where the the chief, the owner, Mr. Leachin, who was announced earlier this year that he was going on, well, he was on a 3-month vacation leave. Well, he has cut his vacation and has taken up back at the position at the bank now to supervise what is happening there now. Yes, that is the big news out of banking. The other thing, we have not heard anything about SSL. You remember SSL? Yes, that financial institution which was taken over after it was discovered that the millions of dollars in depositors' money was missing, including 12 million US for Usain Bolt. Well, we have not heard anything in recent times about what is happening at SSL. No, nothing at all. Yes. And as usual, the crime continue in the country. Jamaicans are being killed daily. Twos and one of the things that I have seen this year is that you have the killing of 2 and 3 persons at one time. You know, that is growing too. Yes. So the murder rate continues to grow. And you will also recall that the Integrity Commission indicated that it was probing 6 parliamentarians for illicit enrichment. We don't know who those parliamentarians are. This is one of the changes that I know that the public would want to the current rules governing the operations of the Integrity Commission. We must know who are being investigated. Why we can't know. And incidentally, I saw where Darrell Vaz, Member of Parliament for West Portland, indicated that the upcoming election will be his last election. He is leaving politics after representing the JLP out in West Portland there, I think, for 15 years. He said that his time has come. But we want to know who those politicians are. Yes, we definitely would like to know who these people are. The current rules needs to be changed. We want the public has a right, I think, to know who the politicians who are being investigated. Yes, we have a right to know that. When police are investigating crime in Jamaica, and one of the things that is part of the game, if they are investigating me, then my name will be, yes, as I was saying. Good afternoon, Valentine.
Yes, sir.
Yes, as I was saying a while ago, that when the police are investigating crime in Jamaica, if they are investigating me for an alleged crime, my name is released. So why the politicians who are being investigated for illicit enrichment by the Integrity Commission, why we can't know their names? Yes, well, I want to welcome my guest for the afternoon. He's Valentine. Valentine is in New York, but Valentine is a St. Elizabeth man. Valentine, how are you doing?
I'm doing very good, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm glad to know that, sir. Because,
Yes,
you know, one of the issues, we know we are in a world of uncertainty, sir, and we are up today and down tomorrow. Yes.
All right.
So what's on your mind, Valentine? You must have, I know you have kept in touch with what is happening. You know about the 6 politicians who are being probed, investigated by the Integrity Commission.
Yes, but as you were saying, the names, I don't know the names
I don't know the
of
names
those who
either.
have been
Yeah.
investigated.
No.
So it should publish. I don't see why they're holding it and hiding it.
Yeah,
I don't see why.
That is one of the rules that the politicians themselves lay down on
For themselves?
Yes, that is to protect them. Yes. Yes. So,
Oh.
what else on your mind, brother? One of the things I must tell you, I don't know if you have seen this, the bar operators. Just this morning I was looking at it. Bar operators in your parish, they are crying out. Why are they crying out? They are crying out because of the numerous robberies of places of entertainment, bars in the parish. And they say that they are not getting responses from the police at all. I don't know if you saw that report, but I saw it this morning.
I didn't see it, but I know about the robberies.
Yes.
You know, I heard about it, and they don't have enough police to police the area. They don't have it.
Yes.
And I don't know why the commissioner is starving them, you know, the police them.
Yes.
I don't know why. They have a training facilities, Tranquility, just into the beach there.
Uh-huh.
And when they graduate, they don't give them the parish anything. They train them and send them to other parish and left themselves empty.
Yeah. But
You know?
because there's a general shortage doing a will. It's not just St. Elizabeth that is suffering the manpower shortage in the constabulary. It's across the island.
So it's something to do with the recruitment.
Yeah, there's a shortage. There's a shortage of manpower in the constabulary force.
I don't know if they are. Is it with the recruitment if they don't have, you know, they cannot get the right type of people.
Well, they are recruiting and training, you know. They are recruiting and training. But they are still short because another thing that they face is that the last time I checked, they are losing 400 per year to resignation. So yes, I know that they are recruiting and they are training, right? But the fact of the matter is that there's a general shortage across the island, and they are losing members annually through resignations. Yeah, so that is a problem. Manpower shortage in the police force is an issue.
Well, I think they have to go on the information circuit.
Mm-hmm.
They need to recruit what they would say call it informers or whatever, but they need those type of people to get intelligence. They need information and they need to do the recruiting.
Yes.
They go into the area or go to school, and certain policemen, they can quickly identify who they can get information from, and they know. But they got to get incentives.
Yes.
You got to put out a little money out there,
Okay.
and they will get information. they will get it.
Yes.
So they need to do more of that, especially in those areas there. Because the people them know.
Yes.
They know, the grassroots know what's going on. But it's the communication between them and the police is not good.
Yes, certainly.
They need, and then and another point again, when the police go into the area and talking to people, you hear them say, boy, they're associating with such and such a person and that and that. You have to go in there and talk to everybody.
Yes. Yes.
So you go into the rum bar, you buy 2 drinks. I hear a man start to talk and thing. You say, give him another rum. And he start to talk about all them bad boy, go on. I say, all right, he will talk.
Yes.
Person that will talk. So you target him.
Yes, sir.
One away.
Yes.
There's a lot of little tricks in getting people to tell you things. You talk to the children. I can remember when I was in West Kingston.
Yes.
I go into a neighborhood. And a little boy was looking on the pistol on my waist.
Yes.
I said, you like it? After he liked it, he said, yes.
Yes.
And he said, I've seen one like that somewhere. And I said,
yeah.
And I did not say anything to him then. Because a lot of people there. So I get around him, I know which school he was going.
Yes.
And I get around him and get him, and he tell me.
Okay.
And I go and I get that pistol.
Yes.
So sometimes the people in there are telling you a lot of stuff. But you must pick up what they are saying.
Yes, sir.
I tell you this, when you go to sometimes you go to a place where they are demonstrating and things, and those who are making the most noise, those are the people you have to talk to, one away. Because they are seeking attention, they want to tell you something, but they will curse you and say a lot of things. That is the person you must go and see, one away.
Yes. Okay.
As they will tell you, they are signaling, they're giving you a signal, is you must pick it up. So a lot of things, some you see them going on. Even this demonstration about with the 2 guys that died, that the police killed in Westmoreland here. I hear all the people them going on. There's something there together from them.
Okay. Yes.
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 So, they have to put out some effort. More effort.
Boy, I can tell you that whatever is required is definitely required, because the crime problem in Jamaica right now is burdensome, my friend. Burdensome. It is. People are fearful. Right? People, workers, when I had a discussion with trade union leaders this week, and one of the things that they were telling me is that their members are fearful. They are concerned about their safety when they go to work, when they're coming from work. Then the other issue is the long wait at bus stops because of the shortage of buses. We are the working class. The country is facing some serious challenges, really. Serious challenges right now. And
yes. Because some of them can have opportunity.
yes.
A person might not want to commit a crime, but they see the opportunity to do something, and they take it.
Yes.
And that's when you have serious crimes. Because a real man who study them art of criminality, a lot of them don't do killing, you know. They don't do killing unless it's some revenge or them type of thing.
Yes.
When they go for money, they go for the money. They're not going to shoot you and then take the money. No. They take money and gone.
Yes.
You know? So crime of opportunity, those are very serious. So the people must protect themselves. House breaking and thing and that. What encourage a lot of people, a lot of criminal, they go around, especially when it's time, say, tomorrow's garbage picking up. They'll go out and watch your garbage. Because you see a garbage, a lot of information is there.
Yes.
People discard their garbage and don't know how to fully discard their garbage.
Okay.
Even important thing about themselves, medicine bottle and thing, they throw it in the garbage. Everything, their name and thing and the type of medicine they are taking in the garbage. So when you buy a stereo or a small item of importance, and you just throw the box in the garbage container or whatever, and they go and see it, they know exactly what you have in your house.
Okay. Yes.
So some of these households have to protect their house too by tearing up those things.
Okay.
Turn it out inside out. You know? When you crush the box, you turn it over the other side. So you're playing, you don't see no writing and nothing on the other side.
Yes. Okay.
You have to protect yourself.
All
So
right.
that is something that they must learn to do.
That's very interesting. Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, of course. Yeah. So,
Well, what's going on the political front now?
well, you know,
I've seen some some things going on here.
yes, yes. Well, there are signs that the parties, you know, are on the campaign trail. You can see that, and right. For example, the PNP is busy putting in place their candidates. In the last week, I mean every weekend, and days in the week too, there are functions across the country presenting candidates. You must have seen that in Westmoreland there is some political development there. Three PNP councillors quit. Yes.
Yes.
Because they.
I don't know what happened to Mr. Hayes or whatever.
Yes.
When you see you take their then turn coat, you know, their turn coat always be turning, you know. To be frank, when you accept them turn coat into a party, you can expect anything from them.
Yes. Yeah.
You know.
But
I see.
But I have spoken to one of the councillors, right? And he indicated to me that, okay, one of the councillors was had presented himself as a candidate to run for the party in that constituency, you know. Okay. But he told me that they met, all three of them met with the party leader and the general secretary on Mother's Day this year in Kingston. And they presented their position to the party leaders. But they were not able to convince the party leader at all. So one of the things that he's saying that there is the question of whether or not the candidate, that is Mr. Hales, has secret for them, for the party leadership of, because they say that he said that he's willing. He indicated to the party leadership that okay, he will step aside, provided they gave or presented another candidate to them. But this was not done. They went ahead, and from all indications, Hales was selected by delegates. They say it is the delegates list was fraudulent. You know, yeah, there's a lot of controversy in that constituency right now. But the party seems to be that they are sticking with Hales. So I don't know what information the party have. I have not had the chance to speak with the officials in the party to find out, okay, they have taken their decision based on ABC. I have not done so.
So Mr. Haynes is still the chairman for Region 5?
I think so, you know. I am not certain, but I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But I've seen in the eastern part, the Portland effect election is called now, the Vaz is to lose.
Yeah, that was what the last poll said.
Last poll.
Yes. But I saw on Tuesday Mr. Vaz indicated in an interview to the media that he is confident that he and his wife will return. He also revealed that the upcoming election will be the last one for him.
Oh.
Yes. So, I don't know. We are wondering if he's one of those who is being investigated by the Integrity Commission. We don't know who. We don't know if the Prime Minister is involved. We don't know which of the parliamentarians are involved, because that information is kept as a secret. They won't reveal that to us. Mm.
And I can see where there's a little thing going on between the United States and Jamaica with the ambassador there.
It's not the ambassador.
Is a diplomat.
Yes.
A diplomat.
Mm-hmm.
And your spouse or something like that.
Yes.
Can you have any light on that?
Well, what happened is that a U.S. diplomat wanted to bring his spouse. He's a homosexual, right?
Yeah.
So he wanted to bring his spouse into Jamaica. So I think he applied for that, and the government said no, because in Jamaica we are still, based on our laws, same-sex marriage is illegal in Jamaica. Same-sex, relationship is illegal in Jamaica. So therefore, I don't see how the government could give the U.S. diplomat the right to bring his male spouse into the country. That would be in breach of our law. So I don't see why I am in agreement with the Jamaican government. There were some reports that the U.S. government had retaliated by
yes, with our ambassadors
yes,
and consul general or something.
Based on another report I read, they say that is not true. Right? But
so where do we start? Where do we stand now?
You mean when you say we, you mean the government? The government said has turned
yes,
down.
Yes. Where do
the government has not. The government has turned down the request.
The request.
Yes.
Okay.
You know.
But is this post in the country?
No.
It's not in the country, so.
No.
Oh. It's not just a diplomatic issue. Is the person himself to be in the country?
Yes. Yes. And the government is saying, well, what the government is saying is that if they agree to that, they will be breaching Jamaican law, you know. You
but
understand?
I think right now I think it should be not because the man is a homosexual, but is the diplomatic thing to be given to him. That should be the problem, and not being for a lot of homosexuals come there.
Yes, but
I see something.
When I apply, there are homosexuals in Jamaica, you know, right?
Yes.
But when if you apply to the government to say, okay, I want permission to bring in my male spouse, the government is not going to agree to that.
Okay.
No, the government is not going to agree to that application. No, because
you could be really undercover and without the protection of a diplomat.
Because I have no doubt that homosexual couples come to Jamaica.
Yes.
And there are homosexual couples in Jamaica. I have no doubt that
right.
Yes, but it is illegal, right? So if the government couldn't just breach its own laws,
that privilege for diplomatic is a privilege, right?
Yes. So I don't see.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Right.
Well, over this side here,
yes,
the trumpeters and the man declared that if he should get back in power,
mm-hmm.
it will be absolute power.
Mm-hmm. Well,
one party rule, and whatever he says stands.
mm-hmm.
Anybody try to go against him will be gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like he will disappear them to get more.
No, but
he's not hiding and saying to no. He's not. He's talking out.
But that can't work.
Talking about retribution, this and that, and in plain view, everybody.
But that can't work in the American system.
There'll be no more democracy.
I don't think that can work. I don't think.
He will try and do it. He will try and do it.
Yeah, but I don't think that he would get through.
But I don't think I don't think it's going to work.
Yes.
It won't work.
But he's now.
If he reach so far.
Yeah, because
some more things going to drop on him, you know.
Right. So we're not certain that he will be the Republican candidate.
He will be the candidate.
Yeah,
we're not certain he will be the candidate.
He's the leading person now. That is my understanding.
Yes, he is.
Yes. But we are not certain if the Republican Party is going to give him the green light. Well, we never know, but
Well, they will. If they will because the party is not really a party no more. Now. It's a cult.
yeah,
It's a cult.
yeah. Why do
And,
you?
and anytime he say anything, the cultists them is 100% behind him.
Okay.
From the Speaker of the House straight back.
Yes, yes. Well, interesting days are ahead because it would be interesting to see if the Republicans are going to nominate President Trump, former president, as their candidate for the next elections. It will be an interesting. Yes.
It's really interesting. Out of all those who are planning to become the candidate, only two will criticize him.
Yeah.
Christian and Hutchison.
Yes.
The others are just trying to behind his tail. You know?
But Willie, what are American blacks saying? Well, I know. The last elections, they voted for the significant numbers voted for the Republic, for the Democrats. But
it's still there. It's still there.
Yes.
It's still there. Because they are afraid of this guy. I'm telling you that. They are afraid of this guy.
Yes.
So they no matter what, they will stick with the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
That's how I read it. They're afraid. You know, because all of those people who you see he pardoned there, who were convicted and he pardoned and everything there, those are the ones who are going to get, if he ever come back into power, those are the ones who are going to get big position.
Yes. Yes. And what about what about the race situation right now? I mean, you know, like police and how they are dealing with blacks. They're
still dealing with black the rough way. They're still dealing with that.
Yeah.
That's that thing where I don't see it going to stop for now. Until they start to hit them directly, you will see a little change. But as long as, no matter what happen they do, the state, the citizens have to pay for it, they don't care.
Okay.
But when they start to hit them, you know, they will do something.
So blacks are still being brutalized and...
Same way, yes. Yes.
Yes. Oh, it's terrible though, it's terrible. And the other thing that I observe, Valentine, that there seems to be an increase in mass shooting since the start of this year.
Oh Lord. Every week. 4 year, 5 year, 3 year, you know?
Yes.
And how many wounded dead and how many wounded. It's continuing. It's continuing.
Yeah. And in the vast majority of cases, the perpetrators are not black people.
No, they are not. And whatever, you see, when you see person of color carry out a shooting, oh, they are the animal. But when a Caucasian do the shooting, they're sick.
Yes.
That's another thing now. They're sick.
Yes.
And when they do, it takes a long time before you see, you know, who, you know, the race of them. But when black or colored people In no time, everything is up on the TV and then record from them born. It's all over. I'll seal record. If you have a seal record as a juvenile, they're hoping it. But on the other side, nope, nothing.
Yes, sir.
They're sick. They're sick. Psychiatric problem.
Yes.
You know,
It is.
it's really bad that way. The race thing here is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is the heat, really? Is it hot?
Yes, it's very hot. Stagnant. It's stagnant. No, like you have a little tropical land thing. No, not like that. It's stagnant. You feel it, man.
Okay.
I cannot too deal with the AC. I just have a deal with a little fan, you know, but sometimes I turn on the AC and cool it down a little and then turn the fan.
Yeah.
You know. But after it's really hot.
Yeah, it is a
It will say right now it's about 75 now where I am 75, but it's really hot. It's scorching.
Yes, man. Well, I want to tell you something. This is a global situation because I saw where in Europe they are complaining about the heat, and in Jamaica it is hot too. I can tell you that hot.
Yes, I heard.
Yes, it is very, very hot. The climate.
And I heard that some sun thing there was somewhere about the place there the other day.
Yes, we had some dust, probably dust nuisance.
Yes.
I think this came from Africa.
Sahara thing.
Yes, I think that, yeah. It was in the country for a couple of days, but that is now down. What we have is the heat, and we were having drought already. So the heat and children and elderly, you know, you have to be careful because you can get sick. Yes, of course. Yeah. So Willie, based on where you are now and what are things that you are seeing from where you are? I mean, as far as Jamaica is concerned. In other words, the Jamaicans where you are, what are they saying about Jamaica? When I talk to some of the Jamaicans abroad, they are fearful of coming home because of the crime situation.
That's the thing. That is the thing.
Yeah.
Because they told that not even their own relative they can trust. They're afraid.
Yes.
They are so afraid that some of them want to come down to do some stuff like tombing their family.
Yes.
Look after certain papers in regards to things that were given to them by them dead parents and things, you know, taking care of all those type of things. And they are scared.
Yes.
They are really scared. They're watching the crime there, so you know that's again.
Yes, that is a very troubling situation right now because people are afraid. Right? And I can see why they are afraid because the crime problem is a serious problem we're having, and you can't be too careful these days. Can't be.
Yes, most of them are targeted.
Yes. Well, let us say, to be continued. We will.
Yes, sir.
We'll take up this discussion again at another time. I want to thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you.
One love. One love.
Yes.
One love.
Yeah. That was Mr. Valentine Williams, Jamaican in the diaspora. And from time to time we seek out our Jamaicans abroad and, talk with them, exchange ideas on what is happening. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio. Yes. Okay. All right, let us take a break now. This is Rebel Radio.
fi done, courthouse fi done, poor house fi done, jailhouse fi done, dead house fi done, arms house fi done, poor house fi done. They use them progressive, Babylon possessive. Them fight with the music as a it a carry the message. Music alone shall teach them the lessons. Rastafari reggae must the glory and the blessings. So me say free, poor people fi free. In every community, we born in this unity, we born dishonesty, we born partiality, we want equality. So shed some light with a lot of clarity. Alright, so me go so yo. Forward we go, we now we not stop. Up it up, get to you because we not drop. No for them we sell you out because them want spot. And no afraid to eat your food like them a chopper. Forward we go, we now we not stop. Me say pump up the rhythm, make it one clap. And no worry about it, but me say up and worry about me say this and me say that. Now one you now listen what them say, yeah, yeah. Now listen to them there, yeah, yeah. Now follow with them there, 'cause them will sell you out and make property get wet. Now listen what them say, yeah, yeah. Now listen to them there, yeah, yeah.
What will I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you're kicking me out. Got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't pin you down. What's going on in your beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride. And I'm so dizzy, don't know what it means, but I'll be alright. My head's on the water, I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me. Whoa. You give me all of you. Yeah. How many times do I have to tell? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down and around to every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. I'll give you all of me. Yeah, you give me all of you. Ooh, girl, yeah. I'll give you all of me. Ooh, baby, you give me all of you. Yeah. You're my downfall. You're my yeah. Baby, this one is for you. Good morning. If you're not with me, then I'm calling. I need to know where you are. I would go anywhere you are. Yeah, yeah. Good morning. You know I'm tired of the calling. Baby, I need you 'cause I'm burning. Right now I travel to the stars. I'm tired of the late night news. I wanna call you when I wanna call you. What we did yesterday was old news. Wait a minute, please, by the rule. It's just the way we live and the way we live, let's go. We just spend time in a beach, baby, let's go. Oh, boy, take it by the rule. Telephone love, just that on me mind. Telephone love, some sweet on the line. Telephone love, just that on me mind. Telephone love, some sweet every time. Good morning, I see you miss my last calling. Right now I'm riding in my car, heading straight to where you are. Whoa, yeah. Good morning, yeah. I really need you this morning. Since the last call, I've been waiting for you to show up. Been chatting and people aren't sober. Tired of the late night news, yeah. Wanna call when I wanna call you. What we did yesterday was old news. Wait a minute, please, by the rule. It's just the way we live and the way we live, let's go. We just spend time in a beach, baby, let's go. Oh, boy, take it by the rule. Telephone love, just that on me mind. Telephone love, some sweet on the line. Telephone love, just that on me mind. Telephone love, some sweet every time. Telephone love. Telephone love. Telephone love. Telephone love.
RSL Consulting Services Limited was created for you. We are committed to provide the best in real estate investment opportunities in residential, commercial, and agricultural properties all over Jamaica. Contact us at 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4, or call us at 876-948-0012 or 876-948-0014.
Get your home ready for summer!
Who's coming in hot pot?
With a whole heap of new arrivals and specials!
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space!
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more!
we have it all! Savings!
Come shop now! Big time sale at Tools Hardware!
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of
Do it for your best life. Go check your HIV status. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell yourself you do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda house, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect, can protect your profile. Be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life. Right.
Consulting Services Limited was created for you. We are committed to provide the best in real estate investment opportunities in residential, commercial, and agricultural properties all over Jamaica. Contact us at 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4, or call us at 876-948-0012 or 876-948-0001.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69, and there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and at this time we are going over to Guyana. Talk to experienced, well-known journalist Enrico Woolford. Mr. Woolford, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How is the weather in Guyana today?
Well, it's like most of the weather in the northern hemisphere. It's quite hot, but we had a couple of rain showers here in Georgetown just a couple hours ago. Okay. But that is almost ended.
All right, all right. Then what is happening in Guyana, sir? What is happening? First of all, I saw a news item where the government has decided to pay out money to the parents and guardians of those 20 children who died in that fire. Those students who died in that fire which burned down the dorm about a month ago.
Yes, the government decided, unknown to the public, except for the families of the close relatives of the persons who died, and probably the attorneys. It was the media who ferreted out that particular piece of information, and as a result of it being in the public domain, the Attorney General then issued a statement soon after, essentially recapping some of the details from the agreement. Yeah. 2 things that are striking about the agreement, and I'm speaking here both as a journalist and somebody who has been involved in the Transparency International group, is the fact that the agreement talks about financial assistance when it is in fact it represents itself within the wording of the agreement as a full and final payment of as a settlement rather than just assistance. And that is a mere $25,000 US in terms of the Guyanese equivalent. And there are concerns that having done that, then if you're going to set up, as the president has promised to do, a commission of inquiry, and Major General retired Joe Singh, he is supposed to head that commission of inquiry. We're not sure who the other commissioners are just yet. But if you were going to set up a commission of inquiry, then you're actually preempting the commission of inquiry and also saying to the commission of inquiry that a settlement has already been made that is full and final. Yes. In that settlement, they also say that the attorneys for the persons who died, for the deceased, and the families were consulted. And one is, attorneys are mentioned, but one is not quite sure what kind of discussions were had. Mm-hmm. So once something is cloaked in that kind of secrecy and hush-hush, if it were not for the media, the Fourth Estate, we probably would not have known that something had happened until the Commission of Inquiry, at the end of the Commission of Inquiry, whenever that is set up. So that has been a cause of consternation, both from the point of view of the First Peoples, what we call the Amerindians here in Guyana, and the indigenous people, and members of the opposition, members of civil society, and of course, other persons in terms of human rights and justice, non-governmental organizations. It's not everybody who is concerned about this thing is necessarily a member of the opposition. There are genuine concerns, even I think within the ruling party, that the way this matter has been handled, it has been badly handled. On top of all of that, it brings to the fore that the persons who may be responsible, the government itself. Remember, these young people were in the care, and I don't want to say custody, but in the care. They were wards, in effect, of a state entity, and it is that state entity and the conditions under which they were existing in that state entity that also led to the disaster and the tragedy. Even if you say somebody else lit a match that caused the place to go on fire, you must have safeguards in place to ensure that persons can escape from the building, and the fire could be extinguished without all the tragedy that happened, without all the fatalities. So one has to look at it from a macro level, a larger level, than what we're doing in terms of blaming the person who may have been angry and caused the fire, as against the conditions under which the young people were forced to live.
Yes. So what we are seeing here is that the government is putting the cart in front of the horse, because if they are setting up an inquiry, then apparently the right thing they should have waited on the inquiry's findings, before they have decided to make a final settlement to the relatives and guardians and parents of the children. Right? Mm-hmm. Yes, I can see that. And then the other thing is that what has happened to what are they have they abandoned the building?
Yes, the building was completely destroyed, and another embarrassing thing that emerged was that having having removed the debris from where the tragedy happened, it was noted that the debris was used to fill potholes in the village, in the town. Now, in almost any society, human beings have a reverence for the dead, and they would think that it's a level of desecration for you to take remains and debris that resulted from a tragedy, and just to crush it up and throw it to fill holes in the road.
Yes.
Now, we are not talking 2,000 years later. We are talking less than, a couple months later.
Yes.
And it appeared to be rather insensitive, rather unorthodox that an administration would attempt to do that. Unfortunately, it was done.
Wow.
And they then decided to say that it's a difference between the mortal remains and the building and the walls and the wiring and all of that. Those were treated as waste.
Yes.
As builders' waste, and the mortal remains were carefully separated from the other remains.
Yes.
Now, with 20 people dead, it's kind of dicey to argue that. If you said that you gather the remains and you are talking with an artist or a sculptor and you have placed it in a container and you're seeing how you could build a monument with it, I think, or some artistic impression or creation from it, that will be a better pill to swallow than to say we're putting it on the road and the vehicles could just drive over it. I recall there was a poem, very short poem, several years ago when Guyana had a lot of traffic accidents and so on, and people didn't obey the rules. And you know what a crapo is in Guyana?
No.
Or a toad, a frog.
Yeah, yes, I know. I know.
And a poet said, a frog is smashed, talking about the roads.
Yes.
A frog is smashed, so what? A dog is killed, so what? A child is killed, so what? Spade them all up.
Oh.
And in fact, that is what has happened in this case. We just spade them all up, and as Guyanese would say, we dash it one side.
Lord have mercy. Oh. What are some of the other interesting things happening in the country, Enrico?
Well, of course, we are still discussing the issue of oil and gas and the gas to shore project. And coming out of that, the Reuters news agency has put out a news story with regard to two business people who are quite wealthy in the country, who have been involved in gold and gold mining and gold dealing and trading. And the Reuters made some accusations with regard to investigations. The gold mining family has denied most of the all of the allegations and have challenged Reuters to bring the evidence of why this investigation. The reason that the family has been I don't want to say targeted, but has been highlighted, is because the family is one of the investors or the family members are one of the investors in the in an artificial island that is being done here in Guyana to effect and bring about other changes to shore-based supply lines. So the island would be used to supply the oil sector. So it is a matter of whether ExxonMobil can continue to conduct business with this family and with the shore-based island investors.
Yes, sir.
It would appear that the Reuters news agency may not be backing down from its position. And you know how international politics go. More likely than not, the investigative arms of the United States government, the FBI, the CIA, the alcohol and tobacco and firearms sector, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and all those, and then the U.S. Justice Department itself, are unlikely to say anything until an investigation is out there and indictments have been unsealed, if any were sealed to begin with.
Okay.
So that was another issue that was bubbling in the society.
What are the charges?
The charges are that they have been engaged, in addition to sending gold out of the country without proper documentation, i.e. smuggling gold, which they've denied for several years. I remember I was involved in an Al Jazeera report that sought to find out from them firsthand what is happening in terms of gold and gold trading. And the family, both the head of the family and the son, who is now quite flamboyant and on social media and so on, denied any involvement and showed to Al Jazeera the entire process, how they did their business.
Right.
Now, in addition to that, there have been accusations, because Guyana has been a narcotics transshipment point for a long time, and now again it's raising its ugly head, that for some reason families that tend to be wealthy, and it's not old money, so to speak, there are question marks as to where the new money is coming from. Basically, how the nouveau riche have been able to acquire a lot of wealth, and they're always finger pointing in that regard, and that family has come under scrutiny for that too. Again, they have denied that over the years, and now again with Reuters, they are also denying. They have had challenges, I know, with regard to how the U.S. government, particularly the Immigration and Naturalization Service, has treated with them, that they had to, they were forced to employ a former FBI investigator, they say, and a PR firm to try to lobby to see if they can get their visa back. Their visas were revoked, the entire family except for a daughter who was born in the United States, the entire family had their visas revoked, and members of the business associated with that family had their visas revoked. One member of the business used the federal court system because his wife had been an American citizen or permanent resident and had sponsored him. So he was in a different visa category, and he took the Justice Department to court, and he won that case, and he has now been able to rejoin his wife in the United States, in New Jersey or Pennsylvania, wherever. But that was a seminal, a landmark decision, so to speak, because what the U.S. government here, in terms of immigration matters, what they had been doing is using maximum administrative delay in terms of dealing with them, and you know what that means in other language, and that is pushing the can further down the road. So they have had that other question mark over them. But as I said, the son has been out there, if I can call it that, on social media and so on, and he has been making a lot of donations and contributions to various causes, even to the media themselves, in terms of advertising and what have you. But that does not mean that you can't criticize Coca-Cola, even if you drink Coca-Cola, or even if they advertise with you.
Yes.
So the media has been able to keep that, what the Americans like to call a Chinese wall, between the advertising arm of their media operation and or the donor arm, where people make donations and sponsor you, and the editorial side of their work and the reporting side of their work.
Yes.
So the family has been very high profile, primarily because of what the son is doing now, and persons have been making some comments on that. The other thing that has happened,
Yes, sir.
is how the Ghana government particularly has weaponized the cybercrime bill. There is a social media activist, commentator, women's rights and children's rights advocate, a young lady who was part of a talented teen beauty contest years ago, and she's always had that platform. A young lady by the name of Melissa Atwell, but she goes as Melly Mel on
Social media.
well, she has another on social media. She has a middle name which I prefer not to call on this form of the media because it might be misunderstood. So Melly Melgo was one of those who highlighted one of the persons who highlighted the issue with the Minister of Local Government, Nigel Dharamlal,
Yes.
who'd been accused of engaging, grooming, and allegedly having an affair with an underage indigenous girl. I think most of you know how that story panned out.
Yes,
The Guyana government claimed that Mr. Darren Lal has resigned or intends to resign his position. If you were to go on the website of the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, you will see he's still listed there as a minister. Tomorrow is Thursday, so the National Assembly will sit tomorrow. More likely than not, his resignation would come up in that sitting, and they would have to immediately replace him in the National Assembly because the government only holds a one-seat majority in the National Assembly. So if it doesn't replace him, then if anything goes to the vote, they could also lose the majority vote.
Right.
Now, what happened is that the Guyana police force has decided to use, probably with some prompting from the persons who give it general direction and policy, i.e. the minister, to use the cybercrime bill and to go after the social activist I was talking about, Melissa Atwell.
Yes.
And she has been making some statements from her abode outside of the country, saying that she will not be silenced, and the cybercrime bill should not be used in the way that it is being used. It was intended just to be there for hate speech, and any kind of really, really bad use of computers and what have you. But it has been weaponized to go after anybody who seeks to criticize the powers that be.
Right. So what has happened to her?
She is still in the comfort of the jurisdiction that that believes in the First Amendment, if I'm not mistaken, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Yes.
And Guyana also, Guyana's national anthem also, the stanzas also end in Dear Land of the Free.
Right.
But as I say so often, you have to be brave to live here.
Yes, right. And in that case against the Minister of Local Government, we recall that the complainant, the youngster, withdrew her case. That as a result of that, the prosecution, the minister was not prosecuted because there was no complainant.
Yes.
Right. So
that is what allegedly happened.
Right. Yes. So politically, what things are quiet politically?
Not really, because all of those things have bubbled up and have caused the president himself to have to make some very firm decisions. He had a press conference in which he spoke for 77 minutes.
Yes.
In an opening statement. And then he allowed about 50 minutes of questions. And the person who was the moderator is somebody who is very anti-PPP. When he was in his 30s, now he's 92 or something around then. And he's now firmly in the bosom of the party that he opposed for several years.
Yes.
And he commanded the press conference and has run into a contentious issue with the president of the Guyana Press Association, Azima Ragabir, and he's now been writing against the president and the press association, because the press association issued a statement saying that the press conference should not have been conducted in the way that it was.
Yes.
And he is claiming that there were 25 questions in 50 minutes, and the president dealt with he's claiming that 11 persons asked questions.
Yes.
And there were 25 answers.
Okay.
I'm not sure how that math works out.
Yeah.
And therefore the media had ample opportunity to question the president, and he's saying that this is what the media ought to question the president on.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, you and I have been in the media, and people are always telling us what the media should be asking and should not be asking.
Yes.
I point out that as a professional, as somebody who is also lettered like Mr. Nascimento, you don't go to a doctor and tell them what you tell them what your symptoms are,
Yes.
but you don't declare
The treatment.
what your situation is.
No.
So you have to, one has to deal with those issues as members of the press and ensure that those matters are dealt with in that way.
Okay.
So the president then left for a CELAC meeting
Okay.
in Europe
Yes.
and has been meeting with various persons in Brussels, I think,
Yes.
with regard to food security, with regard to visa-free travel, with regard to Guyana's oil and gas sector, more likely than not. So he's also been very busy. Moreover, once he returns, and I think he's returning to Guyana either today or tomorrow, he based on the pressure that is coming down, he will have to announce the commission of inquiry
Yes.
into the tragedy at Madia.
Right.
What he also did unilaterally, well, not unilaterally, what he did was he met with, he was supposed to meet with the opposition to appoint the Public Service Commission.
Yes.
And there was disagreement over two persons. The opposition agreed with one person.
Yes.
But he went ahead and appointed all three persons, as is his prerogative as president, but it is not, according to the opposition, not in keeping with the spirit and letter of the Constitution, where there's supposed to be meaningful consultation.
Right.
So that paved the way for the setting up of the Judicial Service Commission. But we've had an acting Chief Justice and an acting Chancellor of the Judiciary for several years now, and that has created a challenge, particularly within the judiciary.
Yes.
Speaking of the judiciary, Guyana lost a senior counsel, one of the founders of the, I like to call him the political movement in Guyana, Senior Counsel Ashton Chase. He held Guyana's highest honor,
Yes.
the Order of Excellence, and at his funeral, the Prime Minister of St. Lucia sent a message, and a video message also came from the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Ralph Gonzalez. And I'm saying that to point out the high esteem in which he was held in the Caribbean. He was also regarded as a leading trade unionist in Guyana and the Caribbean, coming out of the trade union movement. And it is believed that it is that led to the political movement, and Ashton Chase, he made way for Forrest Burnham to be part of the People's Progressive Party when they actually formed the People's Progressive Party, which is now the ruling party in the country.
Okay.
Back in the 1950s. Yeah. Of course, they then won the election in 1953, but they lasted 133 days before the British suspended the Constitution and threw the government out. And then the People's Progressive Party went back in and won, but the party by that time had split into a Burnham division and a Cheddi division, because if you remember, Dr. Cheddi Jagan was the leader of the People's Progressive Party, and Forrest Burnham was supposed to be one of the leaders of that thing. But Ashton Chase was one of the founders. There were four founders: Ashton Chase, Janet Jagan, Cheddi Jagan, and J. Hubbard. I can't remember H.J. Hubbard.
Okay.
They were the four founders of the People's Progressive Party. So the party had a commemoration and a funeral service and what have you. Okay. So that politically is something that also happened.
Okay.
I don't know if there were any other things that you would want me to highlight that has happened in the country.
Well, I tell you what, there are many things that we want to talk about, but I have to say to be continued because we have come to the end of our time for this show, this section. So what I would say
absolutely no problem. It has been a pleasure.
No, I'm very extremely thankful for you to participate with us. And as you know, this platform is open for us to share ideas about what is happening to our friends and neighbors in CARICOM. Thank you very much, Erica.
No problem at all.
Yes, sir. That was senior Guyanese journalist Erica Woolford, and keeping us abreast of what is happening in Guyana. Yes. You know, we at Rebel Radio, we have to keep in touch with what is happening to our neighbors in CARICOM. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio. with you on Rebel Radio. And at this time we want to talk with Reverend Jackson. Now, Reverend Jackson was the person he was a candidate for the People's National Party in East Portland in the last election. And we observed that, well, to date, a candidate has not been chosen. Reverend Jackson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Well, I am supposed to be okay.
All right.
So, what is the status of your application for candidacy to be the standard bearer for the PNP in the next election?
I am as unsure as you.
Yes.
But the matter is that they had a new policy that was put out in terms of you have to apply whether you are even an MP for a particular seat or constituency.
Yes.
A letter was sent out initially asking about my interest in the seat, to which I answered in the affirmative that yes, I wanted to go back for the seat. Subsequent to that, an application form was sent out, which was oblivious to me as I was traveling. I didn't check my email. However, I filled out the application form, even though the timeline for it to be submitted was late. And I duly sent in an application and was told that there was a lone applicant, and if he was not deemed to be viable, then the gates will be reopened.
Yes.
So, as far as I know, the applicant has not been found viable, and so I'm waiting now for the nod to be given as to what happens next. The gate will be open for other applicants, or what the case is going to be.
Okay. Well, but you have maintained your political links in the constituency, though?
No, I'm pretty much on the ground. In fact, I've been doing some work quietly, not campaigning, because I was told I couldn't campaign, given the fact that my application went in late and there's a lone applicant on the ground. But I've maintained my links in the constituency, and pretty much I'm willing and ready to go once the party gives me the nod.
Yes. So tell us, what is happening in that constituency?
Pretty much, well, as far as I'm concerned, the existing MP have not done much or showed that she can handle the job at hand.
Yes.
Many things have happened. You've seen a few roadblocks and demonstration that has happened a few months ago. We've had a fire to the market. Several things have been taking place, and the representation, as far as I'm concerned, leaves a lot to be desired. I think more needs to be done. People need to be taken seriously, and I don't think the powers that be understand the dynamics of what it takes to move a constituency, certainly in East Portland.
But, you know, one get the impression that the MP is doing a lot over there, and she's well grounded in the constituency.
Well, if you're talking about PR and media presentation and all that stuff, and fanfare and bring and all that nonsense, then fine. But as it relates to real hardcore work, to the roots of the people, meeting the what is needed to be done in the constituency as an MP, I don't think anything is being done.
Yeah.
And like I said to you before, the people want to see the back of the GLP because we have not done anything to write home about. There's nothing that can be shown and even on paper that has been done by them.
You serious? So what are some of the need? What are some of the concerns of the people in East Portland?
People need jobs.
Yes.
As far as I know, a number of things have been taken away from the people. First of all, You saw the whole issue and saga regarding Blue Lagoon.
Yes.
Then there was also some issue after that with Reach. And if I'm thinking correctly, based on my own perception, very soon, Port is going to be owned by outsiders who care nothing about people and how they spend their lives. And if we idle too long and don't put the seat in the right hands, very soon Poland is going to be this kind of conglomerate that is owned by external forces. And as a consequence, the people are going to be left waiting and wondering what happened to their land or the legacy of their forefathers.
Yes.
And I've been saying that for a number of years now. In fact, since I got there, and the plan of the JLP is to take away people's land. That has been done, and people can't get work. People are living hand to mouth. People, let me say this here, people are literally suffering in East Poland. Suffering.
Whoa.
Nobody cares about the people.
That's not good news at all.
Nothing be done about the people.
What about water supplies and the roads?
It's a sad state of affairs. Don't talk about water, because Portland have enough water to water the entire Caribbean. And yet for all, there's no viable running water in the people's home in today's day. In 21st century day, people are still running up and down for water. Mm-hmm. I mean, that shouldn't be happening. And there seems to be no plan or no vision to develop Portland or the people of Portland beyond what they have come to be used to. Mm-hmm. And so as far as I'm concerned, something has to be done. There has to be a change. The JLP just can't manage the work, or the MP for that matter can't manage the work. Okay. And I see unequivocally, and I know this about the people. People are suffering. Guys leaving college, don't know what's going to happen next.
Yes. No, what you're saying to me, no, what you're saying sounds new to me, Mr. Jackson.
I can't hardly hear you, getting low.
No, I'm saying, are you hearing me now? Mr. Jackson, are you hearing me? Hello?
Yes, go again. I'm missing how you want to go ahead.
Okay, no, I am hearing you, but I want to know if you are hearing me.
Yes, I'm hearing you correctly now, yes.
Okay. No, I said, what you are saying to me is that it sounds very dismal over there.
Very dismal.
Yes.
What better term to use? It's atrocious what's happening, or what the people are made to succumb to and to adjust their lives to. Mm-hmm. And this can make it happen. I think Poland has too much resources, has too much potential. I feel a politician once said, Poland is too blessed to be so stressed. Mm-hmm. And so the people want hope again, that they need to be able to breathe again and get some hope as it relates to their future. With this government and with this present MP, Poland really has no future.
Yes, sir. Okay. So what are some of your plans, Mr. You have been there for a while. What are some of your plans to assist the people?
Well, some of the plan that I have personally is, number one, is to get out to the people. We need to regularize some things on the ground as it relates to who jobs are being given to. But you will see on the road that's being built right now.
Yes.
Outsiders come in and they're the ones getting the jobs when there are people as good or better and live in constituency to get some of these jobs. As well, there's so much wastage going on with these what do you call beaches. So I mentioned earlier that Reach Falls had closed down. Not sure if it is open back yet. Before that, Blue Lagoon and the saga that surrounds that. There's also plans for farming, and I'm talking long-term farming. I'm talking about giving the people a chance. I want to sit to the people and engage them, because quite often we tailor cut what we think people want, but we need to sit down with them and find out what is that they want in terms of the actual structure and the geographics of the area. We must look at the demographics. and then begin now to build from that what it is that based on the potential of the culture of Poland, how we can get the people on board again to earn for themselves.
Yes.
People want to work. They just don't have the opportunity to work. And so from chicken rearing to farming, be it coffee, bananas, there's so much that can be done in terms of agriculture. And I personally believe, and this is my thinking, that agriculture is the way out of economic crisis for any country and for any culture and for any creed anywhere in the world. You look for argument's sake at the model of Singapore, where they came to Jamaica at some point, studied our economy and our manifesto and framework about what it is that we will use to move our people. Went back to Singapore, had it implemented, and now Singapore stands somewhere in the top 5 or top 10 economies of the world.
Yes.
And yet Singapore is just as big as Kingston. And they do so well, one of the richest economies in the world. Why? Because they went back to agriculture and they put the people to work. People want to work. As far as I know, East Poland people want to work. But there's no opportunity given to them to be able to fend for themselves and to be able to fish for themselves.
Okay. And you have those...
And the other point that I have personally that I want to flesh out and put in a manifesto, but just giving you on the surface what it is that I want to see happen. We want to see more opportunities given to our children to go to college. A child goes to high school, leaves high school, but don't know where I'm going after that, because there's nothing in a blueprint that speaks of a scholarship or funding that will help them to go to college at some point.
Okay. And you have those plans in place, right, sir?
All those plans in place. I have a number of plans in place that I will put on the table once I'm selected to go back. But like I said to you, there's too much opportunities in Poland, and they're being wasted, and the people are suffering. They can't take any more of this government. It's a joke.
Okay, right. And I would imagine that you have your political organization in place down there.
Most definitely. My wheel is already oiled, machine ready to go, just waiting on a nod, or at least something some kind of indicator to say, this is where we're going in terms of my candidacy. So once I get some nod as to I can start campaigning, or my application is in and I can begin to move, then fine, I'm ready. My machine is already in place.
Okay. I saw where Mr. Vaz indicated that the upcoming election will be his last term. That's what he said, that it would be his final term. But he
said, I can't speak to any truth concerning that. Yeah. I've heard him said that in more than forums. Can't say definitively as to how serious he is. These guys are politicians and them can't talk anything they want to talk. As far as I'm concerned, though, whether he is ready to admit politics is neither here nor there to me. What I want to do is to put back the people of East Portland on the map where they can breathe again and be given a fair opportunity to make a livelihood for themselves and their children, and leave a legacy as well. And there's much room, there's much opportunity. In fact, there's too much opportunity up in East Portland for this not to be happening. So I'm not too concerned about my opponents. I respect the fact that they are there and would be viable opponents. But what I'm saying too is that if the work is put in, then it will speak for itself.
Okay. All right, Reverend Jackson, I want to thank you very much. To be continued, let us say that, to be continued.
All right. So, I look forward to hearing from you again, sir.
Yes, and thank you very much this evening, sir.
Blessings, man. Good.
Yes, that was potential PNP candidate, Reverend Jackson, or East Portland, telling us about what are his plans for East Portland. Coming up is food security. Now let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
RSL Consulting Services Limited was created for you. We are committed to provide the best in real estate investment opportunities in residential, commercial, and agricultural properties all over Jamaica. Contact us at 11 Connelly Avenue, Kingston 4, or call us at 876-948-0012 or 876-948-0014.
Get your home ready for summer!
Who's coming in the hot pot?
With a whole heap on your arrivals and specials!
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space!
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles.
Windows, doors, and much more!
We have it all!
Savings! Come shop now! Big time sale at Tools Hardware!
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
Your best life, but your HIV status, so keep your life trending, no pretending. Me, I tell you, if you do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are linked with a condom, could house it, could a wife, could a be a random. Random connect and protect your profile, be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Don't put yourself out to this. Random connect every time. Do it for your best life.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there's no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact
It's a girl Shansia with a message to you from myself and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Shenyang, everyone, here I'm asking numbers drop. I don't want to go with you don't flat. No one's that more to pick up that. Sanitize, I get hospitalized. Fight the virus and fight for your life, yeah. Nobody talk about say you no response no more. Don't be reckless, cause you just say you're not happy. You can still get the virus from somebody. Don't be reckless, cause you just say you're not happy. You can still get the virus. So keep the numbers down. Protect yourself and the people around. COVID in town, 6 feet apart and 6 feet in the ground. Keep the numbers down. Protect yourself and the people around. COVID in town, 6 feet apart and 6 feet in the ground. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Keep the island clean, so clean. From the beach to the beach, so clean. No dirty of Jamaica, please don't do it. Keep the island clean, so clean. From the beach to the beach, so clean. No dirty of Jamaica, please don't do it.
No dash no paper, no dash no plastic. Dispose your garbage responsibly. No know how to recycle, learn it quick. And if you drop it, better pick up every piece of it. Plastics last forever, don't forget the bits. Cause when them touch the street, them end up in the sea. Collect pan the reef where they fish them feed. And when you want seafood, I eat your eat.
Keep the island clean, so clean. From the beach to the beach, so clean. No dirty of Jamaica, please don't do it. No dirty of Jamaica, no dirty of Jamaica, no dirty of Jamaica, no dirty of Jamaica.
it's time for food security. You know, we have to pay attention to that aspect of life in Jamaica. And we have with us this afternoon the President of the JAS, Mr. Leonard Fulton, and JAS Officer Mr. Oliphant Jones. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Richards. Correction, Jones Oliphant.
Yes,
President of the Manchester Association of Branch Society, JAS.
Right.
And my boss, Mr. Fulton.
Oh, okay.
Good evening. Good afternoon.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Just before we proceed, I just want you to just Mr. Oliphant, just let me just you yes, Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant?
Yes, go ahead.
Just remind me again. You are what is the Manchester
Association of Branch Society, JAS.
The Manchester.
Yeah, the parish president.
Yeah. Association.
And Mr. Fulton is the national president.
Yeah, branch.
Yeah.
Presidents. Yeah. Manchester Association of Branch Presidents, right? And you are the president. Branch Society, and you are the president, right? Gentlemen, lots of things happening in agriculture. But, Mr. President, I saw where the AGM was aborted last week.
Yes.
Kindly update us on what is happening, because I also see where the minister called for a meeting and, you know, so lots of activities. What really happened? What is happening?
Well, as I can say, our Wednesday is a long time in the JA.
Yes.
You know that JA is a Wednesday organization.
Yes.
Good evening, Sir Oliphant.
Yes.
Yes, good evening. Yeah, all our major activities in the JS happen on Wednesday. All our board meetings are on Wednesday, and every official function is mostly on Wednesday. Well, last Wednesday should have been the AGM.
Yes.
But there were a number of unforeseen circumstances that crop up on the last 10, 12 hours before that day of the 12th, on the 11th, the evening of the 11th. We got a letter from a lawyer to state that in his discussion with a judge, one of the methods that he should do is to write me and the CEO to put off the AGM, or if we refuse to put it off, the judge instruct him to come back to him, the same judge at the Supreme Court, and modify the affidavit that is presently lodged at the Supreme Court, and he, the judge, would annul any decision taken there. And that was occasioned by a lawsuit from one of our members who claimed, who proclaimed that he was duly nominated the year before when an injunction from Ian Hill of Westmoreland stopped the AGM from happening. And what this man is claiming, that if he was duly nominated last year, when the AGM now is rescheduled, but it is the same 126-hour AGM are numbered in the years that have passed. So the one that was cancelled last year was the 126th AGM, and this one which we were going to have on Wednesday gone
is the 126 AGM. So the lawyer requested from that person the advertisement for last year and noticed that the advertisement for this year is the same.
Okay.
So the lawyer said if it's a reconvening of the 126 AGM, then no new nomination should be on the board.
Yes.
And that is before the court. So when I look on the rationale of that argument in the affidavit, I said this one is a really good one. Then there was another claim on the affidavit. And the other claim is there are members on the delegate list, and I can call St. Elizabeth and Portland. Those two presidents have not heard anything from the parish managers, and the parish managers are civil servants, people who we hire, who government hire for us. The parish president, like Mr. Oliphant, a volunteer like myself, but you cannot turn up a delegate list for volunteer to vote without the president's seat and give it his her blessing. And there are two presidents, one in St. Elizabeth and one in Portland, that the parish managers, the paid officers, have circumvented them and put the list up for head office and the list for voting. They didn't see anything on it. So that's another corruption. And there was also another one where the election list also carries some other names that shouldn't be on it, such as direct members. If you look under St. Elizabeth and you look under Portland, because those officers did not consult with the president, with the JAS, they are doing it as if it's a staff election. It's a volunteer election which I lead, and I cancel the AGM, and if I live long enough and should be around again and any corrupt list come to me, I'm going to cancel the election. I will never allow an election to go on with corruption in the list and inaccuracies. It will not happen under my watch.
Okay, I see. There are also some reports, Mr. President, that there are cases where I understand presidents or JAS officers have collected funds on behalf of the JAS, but has not turned it over to the JAS. And I understand this is some $17 million. Am I correct with that?
I don't know how much the money is, but I know there are 3 parishes that claimed they have some arrangement. But in order to clean up that, I'm going to put an auditor in there so that nobody will have to quarrel. Show the auditor the document that you have, and the auditor will recognize it. But there are parishes that are collecting money. And I don't mind if the money was being spent. There is one such parish which I have the contract, I have it, and they are collecting $125,000 a month. And I have never seen a report, and this contract is in its 9th year. It's a 15-year contract. In its 9th year, and that same ABS, which is, and the ABS is what Mr. Oliphant just described to you. It's the parish volunteer arm of the JAS. That they have been collecting money and we have never seen a penny. I do understand that our audit is carrying it on the books, but our office have never received $1. So all of that, an independent auditor will trash out all of that. I have spoken to an independent auditor, and he used to send me a quotation so that I could discuss that with the government to get some help. I will clean up the JS once for all and see that it is properly run.
So as we speak, has a date been set for the AGM?
We can't set a date yet, we just cancel that, and I warned them in a meeting on Monday, the minister including, that there are 3 documents that you have to read to set any date for the JS. And that's the Act of Parliament of 1940, amended in 1978, the bylaws and the Constitution. So anybody talking about a new date for an AGM, they have to read the Constitution and see what it says about AGM. All of these things are written in very precise language in the AGM. I would hope that we should have a next AGM very early. But I'm just one of the, I think I'm the 9th president of the JAS. I have no authority to change anything that is written in the Constitution, the bylaws or the act. And nobody will under my watch either. Yes. Anyhow they try to change what is written in the act, I am going to stop it.
Yes.
Let us implement what I inherited.
Yes, yes, I see. I see. No, so the minister called you people to a meeting, and what were some of his what in other words, what happened? What that meeting decided?
I think you should bring Mr. Oliphant. He was in the meeting too.
Yes. Mr. Oliphant, you care to take that one? Mr. Oliphant. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Richard, yes. I am putting in and out. There is weather condition where I am. It's not conducive really. I'm cutting in and out. I'm not hearing you. It's cutting out. My transmission is bad. Okay. Very bad. Very bad.
All right.
Well, okay. Let me answer that, Mr. Richard.
Yes.
The meeting primarily was called to find out what happened. And apart from those two cases that I spoke to a while ago, the JAS is made up of, the JAS board is made up of 4 different groups of people. 3 members that we call direct members, but they can't participate at the national AGM. They can participate in everything at the parish.
Yeah.
That's one group. It have the ABS that Mr. Oliphant is a part of, and I am a part of. I am the president of St. Catherine ABS.
Yeah.
St. Catherine JAS also falls under my leadership.
Yeah.
And then you have another group you call the Commodity Association. And the Commodity Association are made up of like Banana Growers Association, Coffee Growers Association, All Island Cane and so on.
Yeah.
Citrus, Cattle Breeders Societies, and there are 4 societies that make up the Cattle Breeders Society. The Red Pole, the Black Pole, the Brahman, and the Jamaica Hope. Okay. So those 4 societies are under the leadership of Mr. Martin Hapwood, who owns the Bengal Farm in Trelawney.
Yes.
So that's the 3rd, and the 4th one is the approved institution. And 2 of those are on the board, the Jamaica 4-H Club and the Jamaica Network of Rural Women Producers.
Okay.
Now, there was a meeting on the 3rd of July where the Commodity Association, chaired by Bobby Pottinger, the Honorable Alric Pottinger, who was Custos of St. Mary, and he represents Coconut on the board, and he's also a past president of the JAS. His association met, and they decided to boycott the meeting, and only one of those commodity associations turned up at that meeting, and that was Coconut.
Yes.
The rest stayed away.
So
Pig Growers Association, Egg Farmers Association, all of them stayed away.
Why they stayed away? Why they stayed away?
Because the staff and other interference in the delegate list was not right, and they want to register their protest.
Okay.
And they registered their protest. So that group that was at Denby Wednesday was made up primarily of the ABS, because that's the group that really is the most active group anyway. And it doesn't, it carries most of the vote.
Okay. Yes. So the minister met and tried to bring some So
right, the minister met and brought us together. Out of that meeting came a decision that we are going to put a small group together, and that group will help now to straighten out the JS. Mostly it's election practices. They are certainly not the best. And we are going to, the minister is going to call it a group together, and I'm going to help to put the group together and find out a way that JS can have fair and clean election. And one is needed now because my time has gone.
Yes.
I shouldn't be here now as president. But last year when we planned to change and have the election, somebody filed an injunction and block it.
Yes.
And there was no furor, no threatening over the well-being of the jail. Now that somebody filed an injunction or come up with some ideas and we block the AGM, everybody getting on the bandwagon and cursing the jails. Some people that just have not even a year in the jails, behaving as if they are there. One of them went on the platform in at Denby down there and said they file a no confidence motion against me, and the name is with my lawyer to sue him because that was not an official meeting, and anybody in that meeting, none of my officers, include Mr. Oliphant, should not have participated in the meeting because the meeting was postponed. The meeting was not on. So any organization that you're a part of and the head office said this meeting is off, you shouldn't be there cheering any meeting either.
Yeah. Mr. Oliphant, because if he has left us, let me try and connect him again. We are talking food security, and we're talking to the JS president and Mr. Oliphant, Mr. Jones Oliphant, but we're having some issues with getting him now. Mr. Oliphant, are you hearing us? Let us, Mr. Oliphant?
Yeah, Mr. Richards, my transmission is bad. I'm not hearing you. In and out.
Yeah.
Like I said, the weather condition is bad, so I think I'll just exit.
No, hold a second. Before you exit, are you hearing me now?
In and out.
All right, but what?
I heard you said something about exit and then you went out.
All right, let me. No, I'm saying that before you exit, you should try and give me your take on what is happening with the JS at this time. Give me what is your take?
Well, I don't have anything to say at this time. On that, I mean, we had a meeting. We had a meeting with the minister, and some clear guidelines came out of that. And right now,
yes.
in the field, looking after about Denby.
Yes.
We're focusing on Denby. Denby is just a couple of days
away.
August 5 to 7 is Denby.
Yes, we're not far away at all. Today is the 18th, or thereabouts, so we are not far. Are you still there, Mr. Oliphant?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are there with the farmers to see what we can do in order to come up with exhibits for Denby.
Okay. But how's the agriculture in Manchester? Down in June there we had some showers which did some damage to the agriculture in Manchester? How is agriculture in Manchester as we speak? How are the farmers surviving? Mr. Oliphant?
Cut out again.
Yes.
Cutting out.
Yes.
So Charles,
yes.
Transmission is bad. Just bad. It's just bad. Just bad.
All right.
Look like I just have to exit. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Sorry about that. Bye. Okay.
Yeah. Let us start. Let us continue, Mr. President.
Okay, sir.
Yes. So, Mr. President, as you, based on where you are right now, you see that the way is now clear for the JS to be stabilized and get back to its main function, and that is to protect the interests of the farmers.
Well, listen, yes, we have been doing some of that, But remember, nearly a decade now, the government decided that they are going to transition the JAS. We met in a meeting on the 22nd of July and agreed that we want to be an NGO because the JS doesn't have a structure now, The JS is an act of parliament right now.
Yes.
So it's a government institution, half of it, and the other half of it is a private voluntary organization with volunteers. So it needs a structure where this act of parliament and this constitution and these bylaws can be accommodated into a known structure called an NGO, and we agree to go that direction. So the ball is in the ministry's hand. They have hired a consultant firm named Price Waterhouse. And Price Waterhouse is to put everything together. Well, we met about 3 times with them, but the progress is too slow. If you want to save an institution, you cannot have it in no man's land for 10 years.
No, sir.
And that's one of the things that damaged the JAS. And damage the confidence of the staff too, because they don't know what is going to happen with them. So if you're going to do the transition, you do it. Or if you're not doing it, you say you're not doing it.
Yes.
So my formula is to, since we are down the road with the transition, let us do it now.
Okay.
And put the organization on a track to earn money.
And this minister has indicated that he is willing to complete that process, eh?
Yes, he has given us that commitment. And we gave him our commitment to work with him and to see how well we can, not only with the JS, but with all his work that he needs us out here in the public and as volunteers to do. We are willing to work with Minister Green. He's a reasonable minister and one who you can talk to.
Yes, because as one of the JS certainly is the oldest farmers organization in the country.
Not in the country alone, probably in Caribbean and Latin America.
All right.
The JS is 128-year-old. It's not a fly-by-night place.
No, not at all. And therefore, what we are, I think it is very important for whatever is to be done in order to get the organization moving, because agriculture needs some serious work right now. And you know that.
Yes, it's true.
Yes. Well, we can shift focus a little. What is the latest? What is happening from to farmers? What's the latest?
Well, the latest I am getting is that this very hot period is affecting them again. And all category of farming have been affected by this now.
Yes.
Because you do have the livestock farmers. You have the poultry farmers. And you have vegetable farmers and fruit tree crop farmers, banana farmer. Everybody is feeling the pinch of this very hot spell here.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Everybody, those people who grow coconut are getting smaller, not and less water in the cup if you're selling coconut water. So you take more coconuts to give you a certain volume of coconut water now.
Yes.
So farmers don't have anything to gain right now. They're losing.
Very, very sad.
People with cattle, goats, sheep, and pigs, poultry have to find water wherever it is to keep these animals alive. So we are in a serious challenge.
Oh my, yes, yes, and then you have the issue of the predial larceny, especially
right.
The people who raise animals, they are feeling it from the cattle, from cattle thieves.
Right.
Yes, it is not. Well, I'm sure, I don't know, but I would imagine that this issue has been discussed with the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm talking about the predial larceny. What is the latest from the ministry?
Well, the ministry has always been very active in their quest to stamp out predial larceny. So I will have to give the ministry a passing grade. Where they can't do much more is in the policing of the predial larceny hotspots and so on. And as you can see what is happening in Jamaica, the crime rate is very high. So the policemen that we have are fully stretched to deal with murder, arson, rape, and other fraud, and other illegal things.
Yes.
So it's not that the police don't want to make the arrest. We need more police.
Yes.
That is really where the issue is.
Yes, of course. And I don't know if you saw this, where the minister had indicated that he wanted to meet with judges.
Yes.
But the judiciary, based on what I see, the judiciary is not in favor of what is suggestion at all.
Well, I wouldn't say that, because earlier, about 10 years ago, or even less than that, I remembered less than 10 years ago, probably about 6 years ago or so, I remember the late Roger Clark.
Yes.
And have met with some members of the judiciary to educate them on what predial larceny is doing to the farming sector. Everything happened with a store downtown. It's in the front page of the paper, because it then talk about that as if any of these store owners have ever lost as much as a farmer who loses 10 head of cattle one night.
Yes.
So we see that this is a real problem that I don't think people realize, that when you go on a man's farm and take away 3 head of cattle, you might be taking away 500,000.
Yes.
So we are tackling it from every angle.
Yes, sir.
But the judiciary need the weapon, and the weapon they need is to amend the predial larceny, the Agricultural Produce Act, so that when you catch a man, you can give him a 5 year.
But
then you catch a man in the get a year.
But it's the legislators have to do that. Remember, the judiciary don't make the laws, They just interpret the law.
That's what I'm saying. So the Agricultural Produce Act need to go back to Parliament.
Yes. The the legislators, they are the ones who need to deal with that. And
right.
And then it becomes law. Therefore, when an offender is caught, then the court will deal with them.
Right.
Yes. Right. But it is, as it stands right now, as you know, the farmers are really facing it, and it is hard on them.
Yeah, man, they're facing a big battle now.
Yes, of course.
And now in the drought where everything is bad, so the last thing has been going up and up now because people are at their home, children are at their home, they're not in school. Those that don't have anything for them to eat will go out in the night and steal your crop.
Yes.
So it's just a social problem that we'll have to solve.
Boy, this is really, really tough. Really, really tough.
Right.
The one of the things that came up, I think we discussed this and discuss it on this program, but I have to bring it up again. Is that some farmers, I don't remember if you were on the program, they complain that they are not getting, or it is not easy for them to access the markets. So, for example, the tourism entities that buy agricultural produce. Some farmers were on this program said they were having difficulty accessing those markets. And and I remember you saying that one of the problem is how they organize themselves. So you tell me something, Mr. Fulton. How the farmers access the tourism markets to sell their goods to the tourism? What is the rule?
Well, there are some small hotels that some of these farmers supply to directly. And there are restaurants that they supply to directly.
Right.
But the larger hotels put in a system that is run through purveyors. And so if you are selling melon, you have to go to one of these purveyors or anything. Because the hotel does not have the space to have 20 small trucks and pickups come into their hotel and to take off these things and weigh them and so on. It's too much traffic for a hotel. So they have some purveyors in Jamaica that will buy on their behalf.
Okay.
So the hotel will owe you, the farmer. It will be the purveyor who will owe you. So this argument about the hotel not paying is, I heard about it all the time, but I cannot confirm it. I know that everywhere that takes your goods generally asks you to give them 2 weeks credit.
Yes.
But I heard some of them are 4 6 weeks, which means that the arrangement must be broken down because nobody is giving you 4 and 6 week credit. So the farmers can't either. Because the farmer is not getting any credit from the farm store and from the input supplier.
No.
And he's not getting any credit for labor. Any man work on a farm, you have to pay him the same day. They don't want to pay weekly, you have to pay him every day.
Yes.
So what this would need is that's why you have a JAS. But a lot of these farmers who are complaining refuse to pay a fee to the JAS. And all the fee is $500. You know? And when you tell them to pay $500, they don't want to pay it. But every time they will want you to give them a bag of fertilizer, which is for $12,000. So I think there is some disconnect with how our farmers look and things sometimes. And we need to educate them that if you pay a membership fee, the amount of lobbying that you have done for all category of farmers, a $500 membership fee can't pay for that.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I think the JS, as you say, have to attend to that because they should realize that the services they have to pay is their organization. The JS is a farmers' organization, so they are the ones who must try to do whatever they can, pay their fees so that the organization can survive and do what it has to do.
Yes, because there are many cases that I see now that it would be appropriate for the JS to put a lawyer on things like in the fish killing the Republic.
Yes.
To take up those cases and take NEPA, the government, to court on behalf of the farmer.
Yes.
But any lawyer you go to, if you don't have 250, 300,000, they will not take a case on you.
Yes.
We just start the case, they're going to want more than that.
Yes. Yeah, I can well understand that. It requires money. Yes.
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 And a farmer would expect the JAS to go out there and get lawyers to defend them in these cases and refuse to pay a membership fee of $500. So sometime our people have to know where they stand.
Yes, sir. Yes. And the changes that are coming, when those changes are implemented, it means that whatever the government is going to stop financing the JAS. Am I right?
No, they are not going to stop. They want to help to finance the JAS through a different mechanism than giving us 130 million for staff. Many of the staff we have, good that we have them, but the new JAS needs some other people, some business head people and people to go out there to do other things other than what you call office work and so on.
Okay.
So we have to reconfigure the JS, and I think government will still help with it.
So the money that the government gives now is used mostly to pay salaries?
Not mostly, only to pay.
Yeah.
Only the salary item get help. But government do give us money for our agricultural shows, Farmers Month, Eat Jamaica Day, all of those things the government partner with us.
Yes.
And put a lot of money in them too.
Okay. Oh, I see.
But remember, apart from the JAS, we are a Minister of Agriculture who would get probably 10, 15, call it about 17 different occasions to speak to the public, the farming public. Remember, we provide them with that opportunity,
Yes.
with all the agricultural shows and Denby and all these events.
Yes.
All of them, the minister is the guest speaker.
Yes. Okay. And it's the JAS that, as you said.
The JAS events does.
Talk to us about the condition of, I know there's a program, but update us. The farm work, the farm roads program, how that is going, because I see where farmers are complaining about the problems they're having with transport to get their goods to market and all that.
It has always been bad. But the government makes some allocation each year for it. And that program is run by RADA. So there is the provision for farm road. Where the problem is, the allocation is not enough. And the amount of farm road we have in Jamaica is plenty. And every time you have heavy rain, the farm road damage more than the other roads because they're always in an incomplete state and so on. So it's a very bad area where they need much more money for the farm road program. So the problem is there, yes, with bad roads, but you can only fix them with money. So the allocation need to be much more.
Yes, yes. And but what is the response when the JAS, point out this to government? What is the response from the Ministry of Agriculture?
Well, the ministers, all of them, President Charles Jr., Minister Green, they understand very well the problems of farm road. And I think they're trying their very best. But remember, you have all these other roads to fix, hospital, school, all kind of things, police station. The allocation, you're not generally going to get government quadruple the allocation for farm road. Because they are only for more roads that have to be fixed too.
Mm-hmm.
So we just have to ensure that what we get, we spend it well and proper engineering work so that when you fix it, the first shower rain does not wash away the pavement or the mall where you put there.
Mm-hmm.
So we have our role to play too to ensure that what we do is properly done.
Yeah. But Mr. Fulton, it would appear to me that one of the ways that farmers can improve their condition is to get, first of all, increased production and also to get involved in export agriculture.
Well, yeah, that's true. We need greater productivity.
Yes.
And that means that's a whole heap of things we said here when we said increase productivity.
Mm-hmm.
Because from the preparation of the land, it begins there. We need a more irrigation system in Jamaica. We are very well supplied with good agricultural input, chemicals and so on, because the input suppliers are very high quality in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of market, it's a very funny thing because our small farmers operate on a little piece of land next to their community or in their own community. Really don't do well with contract farming.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if they are rented. So they will always grow the fresh vegetable, fresh food, fresh fruit, so on, for the fresh food market.
Yes.
If you notice, we have already a parochial market in every town.
Yes, sir.
And what you find in them is fresh produce.
Mm-hmm.
So our farmers generally go for the fresh side of agriculture, not the processed side.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to change that, we need to have some larger farmers coming in the business to grow things like corn and sorghum that they can, process and sell back and store. So there's a lot of things which is needed there.
Yeah. Well, I saw where the government announced that it is expanding the agri farms.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that and plan that they start doing that, and those farms will have capacity for storage and also to process. So
well, yes, they are working on that, and that's a very good plan.
Yeah.
And Minister Fred Green has spoken frequently on that, so there's some work being done there and in that area, which is the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope in another couple of years we'll be in a stronger position.
Yes, of course. Yes, we should. That is something that will help. And the whole question of aviation. The Essex Valley project should also help that should go a far way in bringing water, making water available to the farmers in St. Elizabeth.
Right. St. Elizabeth is getting some irrigation schemes, and that's very good because it's a very productive area.
Yes.
And so on. But there are some other parishes that need irrigation systems to Senton, parts of Clarendon, and so on need. They are trying to fix an irrigation system too.
Yes. Yes, sir. So, from where you sit, sir, what do you see for the sector this year? What?
Well, I don't think we'll have as good a year as last year because we have some bad weather in this year. When it's not too wet, it's too dry.
Yeah.
When it's not too dry and too wet, it's too hot.
Yeah.
So we have unstable weather, which will impact the production. But I think farmers will come out, still at a position where they can continue next year.
Yes. Okay. Let us hope that things will improve. The JAS will get its structures in place. The AGM, you will have your AGM so that you can have your officers in place, and let us hope that those things will materialize this year.
Well, I hope so. I think they will. I mean, nothing is holding them back, but we have to ensure that before we go into any election, we have a delegate list that is clean, that we will have a good outcome and have a fair winner.
Yes.
That's what I hope for.
Okay. Yes. So let just clear up something for me. That officer from Western Jamaica who took the organization to court to have his name included on the list of electors. So that process is still before the court, right?
Yes, there are 3 cases now before the court.
Yeah.
And we want to clear them up. I know one of them will be heard the 18th of December. We haven't had dates for 2 of them yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. But unless those matters are cleared up, that will also impact or decide when the AGM is held.
Well, I think that we are going to work that we can have an AGM at an early date. That's our plan.
Okay. All right. All right, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your keeping us up to date. And we at Rebel Radio want to wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Yes, sir. That was the president of the JAS, Jamaica Agricultural Society, Mr. Lenworth Fulton, keeping us up to date on what is happening in the JAS and food security. We also had Mr. Jones Oliphant, and he's the president of the Manchester Association of Brand Society. But he had some telecommunication problems, and he left us earlier. So that was food security on Rebel Radio. Let us go for a break.
my head spinning. No kidding, I can't pin you down. What's going on in your beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what it means, but I'll be alright. My head's on the water, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, yeah. Whoa. You give me all of you, yeah. How many times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down and around to every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You crazy and I'm out of my mind. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. I'll give you all of me, girl. Yes, you give me all of you. Yeah, give me all of you. Cards on the table, both showing cards, risking it all, although it's hard. All of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. I'll give you all of me, yeah. You give me all of you. Ooh, girl, yeah. I'll give you all of me. Ooh, baby. You give me all of you. Yeah. You're my downfall. You're my muse. Worst
RSL Consulting Services Limited was created for you. We are committed to provide the best in real estate investment opportunities in residential, commercial, and agricultural properties all over Jamaica. Contact us at 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4, or call us at 876-948-0012 or 876-948-0014.
Get your home ready for summer.
Tools coming in hot pot.
With a whole heap on your arrivals and specials.
Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
In fact, for every space.
Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
We have it all. Saving, saving, saving.
Come shop now. Big time sale at Tools Hardware.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools.
The Lion King of
Do it for your best life. Go check your HIV status. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell yourself you do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda house, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69, and there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously.
Hey, it's a girl Shensia with a message to you from myself and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Shen Yangs, everyone sing here a mask, get the numbers drop. I don't want COVID, lay you down flat. Nose and mouth to pick up that. Oh, sanitize, get hospitalized. Fight the virus and fight for your life, yeah. Nobody talk about say you no response no more. Don't be reckless, cause you test so you not have, you can still get the virus from somebody. Don't be reckless, cause you test so you not have, you can still get the virus. So keep the numbers down, protect yourself and the people around. COVID in town, 6 feet apart and 6 feet in the ground. Keep the numbers down, protect yourself and the people around. COVID in town, 6 feet apart and 6 feet in the ground. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Keep the island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. Keep the island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it.
No dash, no paper, no dash, no plastic. Dispose your garbage responsibly. No know how to recycle, learn it quick. And if you drop it, better pick up every piece of it. Plastics last forever, don't forget the bits. Cause when them touch the street, them end up in the sea. Collect pan the reef where they fish them feed. And when you want seafood, I eat your eat.
Keep the island clean, so clean. From the peaks to the beach, so clean. No dirty up Jamaica, please don't do it. No dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica, no dirty up Jamaica.
One, two.
talk education now. You know, so much is happening in the educational system. Let us have a few words with educator, Mr. James Walsh. Mr. Walsh, how are you?
Good afternoon to your listeners, Mr. Richards. I'm okay, you know.
All right.
Sheltered in the heat, but managing.
Yes, we are. That heat problem there, sir, is global. It is
global, yes.
It is having a serious impact on life all over the world. Yes. Now, you are an educator. You have been in education, and you are still are for decades. Now, recently I saw the ministry made an announcement that they are now they identified a number of schools talking about the double shift system. Now, as far as I'm aware, that is something that system, I think, is over 30 years old. Am I right?
Maybe close. It would have been from the 70s.
Okay, so it's closer to 40 years then.
40, not to 50.
Yes.
And let me say, no, I mean, we have to understand this double shift, the two-shift system came about in the 70s. As you know, because we have been chronically undereducated up to then, the percentage of our age cohort getting secondary education was minuscule. We were looking at basically out of cohorts of 40,000 per year, less than 10,000 people going to high school even after the revolution of the common entrance in the 1950s, right?
Right.
In the 70s, it was seen that there was a need to dramatically increase the access to secondary education. It was seen from before that. In the 60s, with the new secondary schools, junior secondary, as Edwin Allen called them. So that was a recognition of the need to expand the proportion of the population having some kind of secondary education. Now, I know there are kind of criticisms you can make of the concept of the junior secondary and the two-tier and all of that, which is another argument, important argument though. But in the 70s, when they were, in a sense, trying now to integrate, and to bring all secondary education to par. If you remember, they eventually, from junior secondary, they went to secondary schools, some comprehensive, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And what is an idea to kind of bring everything up to the same level. Not as rapidly as we would desire, but at least the intention was articulated. All right. The double shift system was an attempt to rapidly expand capacity because, it takes time to build schools.
Yes, of course.
It takes time to build schools, and sometimes you can convert other buildings, but whatever it is, the physical infrastructure takes time, and the need to expand was there. You had the teaching capacity and so on to some extent, and therefore they decided that let us utilize the day more fully and utilize the plant more fully and have two shifts, right? Two shifts with relatively reasonable class sizes, etc. Now, that is really what would you call that? No, that's a temporary measure, right? Yes. That's an emergency program to hold strength. So rather than wait 5-10 years to expand secondary education and 10 cohorts go without, getting the benefit, you did it right away. But the plan was over time now, you would expand the physical capacity and go to single shift.
Yes.
Because it is true, there are just advantages to the single shift that the double shift doesn't have. The time is less, and in our kind of climate and things. So what tends to happen is that the students in a double shift, a shift system school, each shift really is at a disadvantage vis-a-vis a school that is a single shift.
Yes.
Less time for recreational activities, clubs, that kind of thing. Just less contact time, etc. Right? Because you kind of just condense it for and less hours. So rather than run from 8 to 3 or 8 to 3:30, you run from maybe 7 to 12.
Yes, sir.
Right? And the other one comes in at 1, if not 12:30, and things. Good emergency measure. But what has happened is that the emergency measure is still in place after 50 years.
Yes.
In many places. Now, I don't know what has happened recently, but I can say this, whether it has been partisan, but during the previous administration, a concerted effort was made, and many schools were taken off shift by introducing new schools, that kind of expanded capacity. For some reason, the last 6-7 years, there's been a hiatus. I don't know why, because resources haven't really dwindled, since 2016. And there was a steady movement, to, that's in my area, Marcus Garvey, which was a huge school, and the shift system became a single shift, right? Ocherius was down to the next, but somehow it has not happened. And all over the country, a number of schools are gone, but then somehow there's just a break in transmission, as they would call it. And a number of schools are still on the shift system.
Yes, sir.
And I'm glad to see that the ministry has belatedly remembered these things and is promising to deal with them. I mean, I'll say promising, one never knows, but it is impatient of implementation.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Because as we know, education is in crisis. Education is in crisis, and we need...
Well, we know. I'm not sure the authorities necessarily know that or think so.
No, I Mr. Walsh, I can't agree with that. The authorities must know, because it is in front of us, and the policymakers, what I just can't believe or tell myself that the policymakers are not aware of these things, because the results are in front of us. So they must see and they must know, right? And that is why there is one school of thought that some people feel that the policymakers, that they really don't want an educated mass.
Population, yes.
They don't want that, because if they have an educated population, then they will have to address them in a different way.
Yeah.
No, I can't tell myself that you would have politicians in the country who don't want to see the Jamaican people educated. I don't want to believe that.
I wouldn't think so either.
Yes.
Although these days sometimes you wonder, but generally speaking, I think that is not so. They might not recognize the true and full significance, but I don't know that there are many, if any, who would actively seek to hold back education consciously.
Yeah.
Seek to hold back the development of education. I don't think so.
But based on your experience, what are some of the things that you think should be done now to improve the situation in the schools, to make it easier for our children to access quality education?
Well, a number of things need to be done, in terms of the right now. After PEP, every child essentially is placed in some, I believe, in some form of secondary education.
Yes.
Right? Some form of secondary education. Years gone by, I used to call some of it fictitious secondary education. In that, like in an all school. That was, the secondary department.
Mm-hmm.
Now, honestly, in most cases, the quality of instruction and learning in the early age is not the same as in the high school or even in the new secondary, as we used to call it, right? Traditional or new secondary. Now, a number of things, as I say, need to be done, because if you talk to the teachers, they will tell you about the problems they face, the behavioral problems, the psychological problems that students have, problems that are manifested in terms of lack of focus, lack of discipline, antisocial behavior, that kind of thing. So there has to be, to my mind, a comprehensive plan. But let me just not limit it to right now. Things can be done right now, I have no doubt about that. Right? But we have to take a long-term view. In a sense, that's what the Patterson Commission and the Davis Commission before I tried to do. Take a long-term view to say that we need to break down what Peter Phillips had called the apartheid system in education, where you have two different qualities of education being offered to people. In starting at primary school or basic school, coming right up. I think you'll be familiar with this, that there's a two-tier system, or apartheid system as he had called it, where there are 45 or 50 schools, traditional high schools, many of them church-founded, trust-founded, not simply wholly government-owned, and not some of them government-owned, that are having what are good results, right? Results comparable to the results in many of our advanced neighbors, and comparable to, say, Trinidad and Barbados and so on, right? But then they are like 1/3 of the schools. The other 2/3 are producing far less. They are far below. Okay? And it is not simply because these schools are not good, or the people they are not good, or in some cases they don't have equipment, because in some cases they have had equipment. But what is happening is that the students coming out of the pre-secondary, so the primary system then, right? The best students are funneled into the traditional schools. Right? So the traditional schools start out with better raw material, or I should call that what we used to call it in economics, intermediate goods. They are partially processed, right?
Yes.
But they don't start from. So the traditional schools start with better material. The non-traditional schools then get the what's left. And it is extremely difficult, given the resources and traditions and so on, to bring many of those students up to the standard of the others, right? And they're late starters and so on. But the capacity isn't there in terms of the facilities, the culture, the parental and past student support, that kind of thing that we need. So we continue to produce very good students coming out of 1/3 of the system, right? or call it 40% of the system, and some good students coming out of the rest of the system, but the bulk of the students coming out, many of them still come out illiterate, and etc., etc. I don't know how much interaction you have with the average person on the street, but you'll be surprised at how many people who are below the age of 30 or 40 are at best semi-literate.
Yes, sir. That is a problem we have in the country. It's a serious problem, and that transcends itself into many of our problems we have. As a matter of fact, some of the social issues that we are facing. For example, we don't know. Too many of us don't know how to solve problems.
Yeah.
Right. For example, I saw there was a case this week where a dog was bitten. A dog
bit somebody.
Yes, bit a child. Right. The child, the father of the child, and the owner of the dog are related, you know. And yet, what he did, he took up his gun and went in search of the owner of the dog and shot him several times. When he fell to the ground, he took up a stone and threw it in his head and then ran away. Now, this is a matter that I'm saying that if we knew how to solve problems, solve these disputes, is that we wouldn't resort to these things. And I am certain the level of literacy is a contributing factor to how we operate in the country. Right? And therefore, I consider that it's of vital importance that something is done to rescue the youth, the boys. The boys are not performing well, you know. The boys are not performing well, and they are the ones who find they are the ones who provide the raw material for the gangs and the criminal organization. So it's a serious problem we have in the country, and it has to be dealt with. I am not satisfied with how the policymakers are dealing with it at all. It requires urgent action, right?
Yeah, but the policymakers will have to look at the thing in a holistic way. Now, what we're tending to do, we have a structure in place and we tinker with it.
Yes.
And we tinker with it and we glorify. So, well, we have increased the passes in mathematics from 37% to 41% or whatever, you know?
Yes.
And we trumpet those successes.
Yes.
But we're not really looking at the global situation.
No.
And, you know, to say even though not all the students do these things, so that there are segments of each age cohort that don't go to these exams because they just haven't reached the stage because at grade level they are essentially illiterate.
Yes.
You know?
It is serious. And then you have another situation that you might have seen, that in the last couple of weeks, when you look in the newspapers and see the number of places advertised for teachers, the number of schools that are advertising spaces for teachers.
Yes, right. Oh yes, a lot of.
Yes.
Somebody said, as a matter of fact, today I went by a school that I'm chairman of, so, you know, just to talk and sign something, and the teachers, they were telling the same thing. How many schools, some 18, 20 teachers are looking for.
Yes.
Etc. Yeah, I know.
So
I mean, every year at this time there is, but clearly it seems to be more now.
Yeah, it is obviously more now, because one of the things that I observed, I saw this where the Ministry of it, there I think about 800 teachers are on leave.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, vacation leave, right? And so, and another thing that is clear, that the recent compensation package that teachers, and especially the rank and file teachers, they are totally not satisfied with what they have received, and they are I think they are out there looking for greener grass.
They're voting with their feet.
Yes. So the education is in crisis, and I don't know. Something has to be done. Has to be done.
But to a large extent, the country is in crisis, so you're not going to have, I know this may be not popular among some people, but the truth is that what you mentioned with the dog and the man thing, and people killing each other over, I don't know what seems to be trivial, the crime, we hear statistics being trotted out, but we're not keeping anything, but their day pass. In the area in which I live, St. Anne's has been one of the less crime-prone areas. In St. Anne's Bay, there have been so many murders in recent times.
Yes.
It's unheard of,
Yes. That's another thing, sir. The parishes with the lowest crime rate over the years, they are St. Elizabeth. No, I can remember this clearly because I used to do this when I worked with a newspaper during my early years in journalism. That one of my duties at the end of the year was to tally the number of murders committed Highland-wide.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And there are some parishes where I just tick them off. Westmoreland, Hanover, St. Thomas, Portland, St. Anne, St. Elizabeth. And sir, when you look at what is happening now, in Westmoreland
was a crime capital.
Yes. Now, one of the things that we must understand, is that the relationship with people, between people in rural parishes, is different from urban parishes.
Mm-hmm.
When a murder is committed in a rural parish, it sends a whole shock wave.
Yes.
Right? And I know that the fear factor among people in the country is very, very high. And it must be traumatic when these gun crimes, on the doorstep of people. It is something that is nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Yes. So these are the things. I'm thinking we really need, yes, you have to take education, but it can't be in the end treated in isolation, because I think you and I had a discussion before. In all of societies like ours, education works in tandem with the home, the family.
Yes.
Right? Because they have to be mutually reinforcing each other. And that is what the sociological studies I'm familiar with.
Yes.
Just that there is a strong correlation. As a matter of fact, in many cases, it is more likely that a student from a suitable home, an educationally alert and supportive home, will do well enough in a bad school.
Yes.
Than a student from a very poor home will do well in a good school, because the school does only part of the thing. And I think we have to come to that understanding and find ways to make the home and the school work together.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is need for family and home building, yes, and there's need for school. Yeah. I think this thing has to be tackled in a comprehensive way.
Yes.
I'm not sure that there's any recognition of that, no.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should say, I'm not sure there's no. Yeah. Even if there's a recognition, it's a lip service recognition.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Walsh, I want to thank you very much.
Yes, sir. It's good to talk with you, and next time I am going to kind of look at these things in a more systematic way in a short time, though. But as I say, by training and experience, I tend to look at things in a holistic way.
Yes.
And I recognize that the problems are deep-rooted. They are cultural and social and moral problems,
Yes.
you know, and the value system problems that we have to come to grips with.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir. You're very welcome. Thanks for inviting me.
Yes. It was educator James Walsh, and we are talking about the education system, the state of education in the country. Boy, it's something that needs urgent attention. Let us take a break. We'll be back shortly. Yes. Welcome back to Rebel Radio, you know. And we want to go over to Jake's Road. Yes. And we want to talk about what is happening at the Amy Jakes Garvey Community Center. And we have with us Big Stone. Big Stone, how are you?
Fine, thank you, man. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, yes. And, you know, a lot of young people might not know that Jake's Road, that's the home of Amy Jakes Garvey. That is.
Yes, the second wife of Marcus Garvey.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. I tell people so that they are walking on holy ground.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Let me tell you a little bit of a history about Jake's Road so that your listeners can have a first-hand knowledge of the gem, as you call it, the holy ground that exists in the inner city communities. Jake's Road was named after Amy Jakes' grandfather, who was the first mayor of Jamaica.
Yes.
The first mayor was Jakes.
Yes.
After they named it Jake's Road, because Jakes used to own most of the properties in the Jake's Road community.
Yes.
In parts of Mountain View, even where Percy Hills used to live.
Uh-huh.
The Jakes used to own that. There's a right there in the corner of Jake's Road and Mountain View Avenue. There is a tire and car wash that was owned by the Jakes. Coming further up, that was also owned by the Jakes.
Yes.
Now, Amy Jakes is the second wife of Marcus Garvey. The first wife of Marcus Garvey was Amy Ashwood Garvey.
Yeah.
She helped him to find the UNIA. She helped to find him in the UNIA on the 14th. She helped to find him. She helped to found the UNIA on the 14th of July, which is 109 years ago.
Yes.
Right? 109 years ago.
Right.
But Amy Jakes Garvey was the one who compiled the philosophy and the opinion of Marcus Garvey.
Yes, yes.
Which is considered as the Bible for black people.
Right. Okay.
All right. So Amy Jakes Garvey was very, very powerful and instrumental in the UNIA. After Amy Ashwood founded the UNIA with Marcus Garvey, and Marcus Garvey left her, he went and he married to another Amy, which is Amy Jakes Garvey.
Of course.
Now that community center exists there for well over 20 years.
Okay.
And a man by the name of Frank Snatcher, right, he's a community activist, a Garveyite, big man in his late 70s, always wanted to honor Amy Jakes Garvey in a powerful way. So last year he came to me and he said, Big Stone, I would love to do something for the Jakes Road community. I said, well, the first thing that we can do is name the community center, the Amy Jakes Garvey Community Center. So we went through KCC and we got it done officially. Then we got a sponsor from the United States of America who sponsored the mural. The mural that you see with Amy Jakes and Marcus Garvey is $100,000 to do that. After we did the mural, we said, okay, there is no signpost on the front part of Jakes Road bearing her image. So we got together with Frank Snatcher again and put up that Amy Jakes Garvey image that you see right on the front of Mountain View. Now, every Saturday, what the community center does through sponsorship is to have at least 30 to 40 of the community children there every Saturday, where we teach them how to read and to write and to spell and to do maths and to just socialize and communicate with each other. Because that was what Amy Jakes was all about. She was the woman that bore Marcus Garvey 2 children, Marcus Garvey Jr. and Dr. Julius Garvey. Marcus Garvey Jr. is now deceased, but Dr. Julius Garvey is still alive. Matter of fact, February 20th this year, he was on Jakes Road. Pity didn't know me before, we would have him on your radio.
Yes.
And speaking out to the people. So that is what we basically do. On the 25th of this month, would have been 50 years since Amy Jakes died. So what we're going to do is go down to the St. Andrew Parish Church in Halfway Tree, go by her graveside at about 10 o'clock in the morning and have a memorial service honoring this great lady. You know, it's just our way of saying thank you, Mama. Thank you for the works that you have done for not just us, but for the community at large and people all across the world. So that is just a short history of some of the things that we do in the Jakes Road community.
Okay, that's very, very good, sir. So you said that you on Saturdays you keep classes for the children.
Yes, man. Every Saturday from 9 o'clock until about 3 o'clock, we have the children come into the community center. We have different teachers who volunteer their time and services, come down there and teach them all different types of things. Teach them about the Honorable Marcus Garvey, teach them about Amy Jakes Garvey, because most of the children, surprisingly, didn't know, and some people too, adults, didn't know how powerful, you know, Amy Jakes Garvey was, and she was even from that community.
Yes.
So I must commend you and your radio station for inviting me to kind of educate the surrounding communities that greatness come from Eastern Kingston. You know, greatness come from the Rockfield area. Greatness come from Mountain View Avenue. Greatness come from all these surrounding, what they call garrison community. You know, but they're really inner city communities as far as I'm concerned. And that is why we must learn to love each other and cherish each other, because we are from greatness.
Yes.
And if we teach that to our children, you know, teach them how to communicate, teach them how to love each other, you know, share with one another, then that stigma that is attached to Eastern Kingston will be removed little by little by little. And after a while, there's no stigma attached.
Of course, sir. And so you are in touch with the UNIA in Jamaica?
Yes, man. I spoke with Stephen Golden, who is the president of the UNIA.
Yeah.
and also Eru Aisha Kamusa Menelik,
Yes.
who is the President General, not the President General, but the President of the Marcus Garvey People's Political Party.
Yes.
But I'm not affiliated to any party. I don't even like the word party.
Yes.
I am part of a movement, movements of the people, being able to give up my service free of charge to any community that would really want to invite me in there. I will come there and motivate youngsters, because I've done that all over the inner city communities of Kingston. When I met Nesbeth, you know of an artist by the name of Nesbeth?
Nesbeth.
Yeah, man, he sing the song My Dream. My dream, my dream, my dream, my dream, my dream, my dream. You must have heard that song.
I know that song.
Well, Nesbeth, that's the artist I'm telling you about. In 1998, he won my talent competition. I motivated him as a young man. There's another artist by the name of Turbulence.
Yes.
I want a natty on my front line, and he did songs like I Could Have Been one of the most notorious, different songs. I met Turbulence when he was only 16 years old.
Okay.
Motivated him and show him that, hey, not because you're from Hungry Town, which is a little garrison community that runs off Manning's Hill Road. It and Cassava Peace is basically the same place.
Yes.
And that is where it's from. Mavado, when Mavado was a little boy, I know Mavado very, very well. Used to come to my talent show, Footer Height, the same thing. So I have motivated a lot of youngsters with my time. I'm 66 years now, old.
Yes.
And it's something that I enjoy from the depths of my heart. Anything that you're keeping in your community, my brother, once I have the time, I will come there and I will help to support it, make it bigger and better to the best of my ability.
Yes. Well, I want to compliment you, sir, for what you are doing on Jake's Road, because, as I said, I try to tell people, for example, when I hear negative things on Jake's Road, I say to myself, boy, they are trampling on Amy Jakes Garvey.
Legacy, that is so true.
Yes.
That is so true. And you know something though, my brother? You see, a people who does not know their roots, history, culture, as Marcus Garvey says, like a tree without roots. If you don't know that greatness comes from among you, you tend not to want to treat it great. So that is why we're there. That is why we named the community center the Amy Jakes Garvey Community Center. That is why we painted her image on it, so that when you walk past, have you walked past and see the community center, my brother?
Yes.
You see how beautiful that artwork is?
Yes, sir.
It depicts greatness, because Amy Jakes Garvey, the second wife of Marcus Garvey, was a great woman.
Yes.
I call her the first lady of Jamaica. She is.
Of course. Well, I want to thank you very, very much for keeping us up to date on what is happening on Jake's Road and at the Amy Jakes Community Center. So, Big Stone.
Yes. One more thing I must say in parting.
Yes.
On the 20th of August, the Honorable Marcus Garvey birthday is on the 17th.
Yes.
Right. So on the 17th of August, at the Jakes Road Community Center, we're having a celebration for Marcus Garvey. So we're taking this opportunity to invite the entire listenership, everybody that is within the sound of my voice. I'm inviting you. It's a free event. There'll be artists galore. You can come here. There'll be drumming. There'll be drinks on sale, food on sale. All part proceed goes towards the community center. Okay. So this is August 17th, Marcus Garvey's birthday.
Okay.
His 100 and I think his 39th birthday.
Okay.
On the 20th of August at the National Indoor Stadium, we're having a big concert again for Marcus Garvey, titled Destiny. Marcus Garvey Destiny Concert, featuring Cesar Kalanji, Queen Ifrika, Jem Myers, Bongo Ehrman, Fred Locks, the one that sings 7 Mile of Black Starliner, and there were a host of other artists here. So we're inviting you to come on down Contribution there is $5,500 or $6,000, I think it is.
Okay.
In any case, one is a free concert on the 17th at the Amy Jakes Garvey Community Center, and the other one is a paid event.
All right, sir.
Everybody.
Thank you very much, Big Stone.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes.
This
platform is an open platform to where we share ideas. So let us say to be continued, because I'm going to invite you back.
Not a problem, man. And if there's any community activities that you want me to be a part of it, or want me to assist you with in any way I can, feel free to call my number.
Take it easy, sir.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. That was Big Stone telling us about what is happening on Jakes Road, the Amy Jakes Community Center. Yes. And these are things that we have to promote. Well, at this time we are going to offering it's time for the North Coast Times News. This is Rebel Radio. Let us take a break.
And Portland. Now for the news.
Antonio and Hilco Prep achieved stunning results. And you know the details. The St. Anne Police have started a campaign to bring order to the congested streets and cluttered sidewalks of major towns in the parish. They started in St. Anne's Bay with several police deployed in the streets of the market area last week. They appealed to vendors to use the markets and urged taxi operators to operate from the designated transport center. Several tickets were issued and the sidewalks cleared. The head of St. Anne Police, Senior Superintendent Dwight Powell, said they had gone ahead without help from the St. Anne Municipal Corporation. He has been urging the St. Anne Municipal Corporation to take back the streets from the illegal activities and keep the sidewalks clear. The police are keeping up efforts in Ocho Rios, where several sidewalks, fences, and storefronts are used to display goods and where sidewalks have been taken over by vendors. See a full story on the North Coast Times website. A man was murdered in a store in Port Antonio, Portland on Monday afternoon. Dead is Robert Grant of Harper's Lane, Port Antonio. Reports are that about 4 p.m. Grant was attacked while he was in a store. He was stabbed several times. Police have identified a suspect but have made no arrest. Please remember to subscribe to the North Coast Times YouTube channel and never miss the news again. We will be right back after this break.
If you want great Jamaican cuisine in a relaxed atmosphere by the sea, Roxborough Restaurant, Bar and Grill is the place to be. This cozy, private restaurant specialized in seafood plus Jamaican dishes including curry goat, fried and baked chicken. We are open for breakfast at 8 a.m. and serve meals through the day until 10 p.m. Mondays to Thursdays. On Fridays to Sundays, we are open at 8:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. Our bar service has got rave reviews. Come experience top-class service and fine Jamaican meals. We are easy to reach at St. Anne's Bay next to the Island Traffic Authority. Call us at 87656266725 or 5367950.
Come on, get that snuggle in a one roll. Why, that's a whole heap of fun!
Radcam Promotion in association with Road Jockey JA presents the 16th annual Ocho Rios Seafood Festival, Sunday, August 6th, Independence Day. White River Reggae Park, Ocho Rios. Bring out the entire family to enjoy quality seafood and great entertainment. Adults $3,000, children $1,500. Gates open 10 a.m. Kids ride all day for free. It's the Ocho Rios Seafood Festival.
Welcome back. Gray's Inn Football Club are the champions of St. Mary Major League Football. They beat Axiom by 1-0 in the finals at Anota Bay on Sunday, July 16. Gray's Inn captain Kevar Levy lifted the trophy which they were defending, having won last season. Coach of the team is Omar Picasgill. President of the champions, Mario Swayze, is not surprised at the victory and is already looking forward to bigger things. See details on the North Coast Times website. Police are still trying to find out what led to the shooting death of 2 men at an unfinished building near Priory St. Anne on the weekend. Dead are 24-year-old Shamrick Edwards, otherwise called Pappy, a carpenter of Louis St. Anne, and 33-year-old Garfield Thomas, otherwise called Brawling, a mason of Seacrest Prairie. Reports are that about 9 p.m. Friday, July 14, Edwards received a call from Thomas and left his house. When he was not seen Saturday, a relative of Edwards went into search of him at an unfinished guest house where Thomas reportedly worked. The 2 bodies were seen with gunshot wounds and police called. And also related to the Priory area, a 17-year-old youth from that community was shot dead in what police said was an armed confrontation with them in Spanish Town, St. Catherine. He has been identified as 17-year-old Tiwain Cunningham, unemployed, of Seaview Heights, Priory, St. Anne. The Hill Cove High Achievers Prep School, Brownstown, is still celebrating their high-quality performance in PEP. 15 students of Hill Cove Prep sat the primary exit profile PEP examinations this year. All of them were graded as proficient in at least one subject, with 8 of them achieving highly proficient in at least one of the subject areas of mathematics, science, language arts, and social studies. The details are available on our website. I am Sophia Lee Shupama with the North Coast Times News Channel. Please remember to subscribe to this channel. It's free and easy. Keep in touch with happenings in St. Anne, St. Mary, and Portland every day at the North Coast Times Facebook page and website www.northcoasttimesja.com.
That's the news from the North Coast Times. You can always find more news and features on the North Coast Times website and Facebook page. You may reach us at WhatsApp 876-503-9995. The North Coast Times News.
Yes. We have come to the end of today's program, and what a day it has been. I want to thank our viewers and listeners and all those who have taken time out of their busy schedule to be with us. I want to thank our technical operator. Until Friday, remember, stay safe and healthy. And you can listen to today's program on Rebel Radio and Google. Stay safe.
Consulting Services Limited was created for you. We are committed to provide the best in real estate investment opportunities in residential, commercial, and agricultural properties all over Jamaica. Contact us at 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4, or call us at 876-948-0012 or 876-948-0014.
Get your home ready for summer! Who's coming in hot pot? With a whole heap on your arrivals and specials! Everything for your bathroom, kitchen, living room. In fact, for every space. Porcelain tiles, ceramic tiles, windows, doors, and much more. We have it all! Saving! Come shop now! Big time sale at Tools Hardware!
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsday.com. Tools!
The Lion King of
Live your best life. But check your HIV status. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell you, if you do it for you. Every time you are linked with a condom, could a house, could a wife, could a be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact.
It's a girl Shansia with a message to you from myself and the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Shenyang, everyone, here I'm asking numbers drop. I don't want